Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. И надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией, Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии, территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Hello everybody. So today is the day, round 6. Our tournament crosses the halfway mark, so to speak, day before the free day, and also I believe that's very important because normally after this round it's already clear who's fighting for the top places, for the first place especially, and who already doesn't.
Yeah, I mean this round will define a lot, I think. Unless, whole draws happen, which could be the case. But, I mean, the German situation is absolutely unclear. But if the guys on -1 actually want to fight for the championship, I think they need to score today. Right?
Yeah, so today is the day. And something to add to this. Day before the free round, before the free day, is also important from psychological perspective. So imagine you win, it's very good. I mean, you can have a rest and everything. Imagine losing, a painful game when you had a good position and you've lost. So instead of kind of having a rest, the entire free day, you torture yourself. Yeah, why didn't I move the knight instead of the bishop?
Right.
Okay, so obviously very important from all possible angles. I believe the games have started. So before going to the playing hall, we can check once again what the tournament situation is. Clear first is Nikita Vityugov on +2. We are talking men's tournament. Joint second to fourth for Aleksandr, Matlakov for sure, and Vladimir Fedoseev. Yeah. Out of those three, only Matlakov is undefeated. And joint last, by the way, I didn't realize. Yes, so last place is -1 only. Unlike in the women's tournament, when we have kind of a broader division, we know who is in the lead, who is like kind of in the bottom of cross table. Here, well, the distance between the first and the last is 1.5 points. It's a lot, but, it's not an awful lot.
Yeah, that's not something you can't get back.
Right. And the pairs for today. Matlakov faces Pretke, Matlakov having the white pieces. Fedoseev with Chigayev, Fedoseev having white. Aleksandra Goryachkina facing Aleksandr Rakhmanov. Andreikin with Yesipenko. Andreikin, of course, wants to go back after yesterday's loss, but Yesipenko, very solid.
I don't think he agrees with these plans.
Yeah, absolutely. Our leader, Nikita Vityugov, has black against Pavel Pankratov. And Pavel, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe he's kind of back on track, but still might be a little bit tilty, and Nikita, even with the black pieces, might use it to his advantage.
Yeah, but Pankratov, he had a very unpleasant position yesterday. He saved it, and I think he's, as you said, back on track. I don't think he's tilting anymore.
Yeah. And then you have last pair is Alexander Motilev against Kirill Alexeyenko. Here, strangely, I would claim that a lot depends on Motilev, his mood, his opening choice, and so on. Yeah.
Right, but he's been playing aggressive chess as usual, so I don't expect it to change in this game.
Okay, so women's tournament, joined first for Gunina and Ovod. Ovod grinding game after game after game, as we've seen. 2 wins with white, yesterday's win with black, so +3. Gunina's on +3 as well. Clear third for Polina Shuvalova, clear fourth for Alisa Galyamova, and those are the only 4 players in plus.
Right. And Marina Gusev is the only player who hasn't made a draw yet.
So no draws. I remember, what was it? I think Novosibirsk 2016, if I'm not mistaken. There was somebody in the women's tournament who had like 9 games without a single draw. Something.
I think there was a tournament when Gunina started with 0 out of 2 and won 7 in a row.
Yeah, right. So in the 9 rounds, it was 9 rounds exactly. So Gunina became a champion without a draw, without a single draw. Yeah, like losing 2, winning 7, which isn't a bad recipe. Yep, can't argue with that. So pairs in the women's section. Ovod with white so far been unstoppable, by the way. So today she's facing Alisa Galyamova. Bodnaruk and Voigt, so that's the bottom of a cross table we are talking about. Bodnaruk having white and possibly will try to improve her result at least a bit. Gunina with white against Natalia Pogonina. Curious to see what happens there. Will Gunina be able to, to continue with the pace she started the tournament? Polina Shuvalova with Alina Bivol. Polina with white being, I would argue, being a serious favorite in this one.
He is, and Bivol isn't playing that great in this tournament, so yeah, she'll try to score for sure.
Olga Gira with Leia Garifulina here. I don't even know. It's like strangely, it's rarely applicable to women's tournaments, but those 2 ladies, they seem to be very solid.
Gira is especially solid, I think, and she's generally very well prepped, and Leah is a young star, and even their rating is more or less the same, so it's very close.
If I had to bet on a draw, which isn't an easy challenge, right, so I would probably pick this game. And last but not least, Marina Guseva facing Alina Kashlinskaya. Alina so far not being too convincing, despite her very high rating. Right, so the games started, and let us go to what? Motilev plays g4. I don't know, not on move 4, but sorry, not on move 1, on move on move 7. But still, if you see g4, that means something interesting is going on, right? We are shown Matlakov and Predke here. Did some Rui Lopez. So Max playing e4. Interesting. Okay, so Motilev against Kirill Alekseyenko, e4, c5. Would you update? Would you remind me what Kirill's main opening as black against e4 is?
Well, definitely not this.
Not the Sicilian, yeah.
I think e5 should be his main. I mean, no, not Caro, not French, so it must be
yes,
e5.
So sounds like e5 is about the right choice. Yeah. So what I'm saying, it might be an indication that not that he wants to win at any cost, but at least he wants the game. He wants like a, longer fight, flexible. I mean, you can call this line flexible, right? Bishop b3, a6, and g4.
Yeah, and somehow this line, this queen c7, what is it called? Taimanov?
I'm always confusing.
Khan or whatever.
I'm always confusing. I think Khan is that without knight on c6, or that's Paulsen. Yeah, that's. I believe we have to confess by this point. So in Russian terminology, it's all called Paulsen. I mean, it used to be at least. Okay, I'm an old guy, so it would be the opening book, the paper book, which would be called Paulsen variation of the Sicilian. And then when I got introduced to this English terminology, when you have the Taimanov, the Khan variation, and so on, I'm still not very good at it.
Yeah, I think there's Paulsen, and there's something else. I don't remember, but it's like 4 lines.
Yeah, and quite possibly the Soviet opening book on Paulsen was written by Taimanov. Ironically.
Right.
So, g4, b5, knight takes c6, queen takes c6, queen goes to d2, blundering the pawn on e4. Of course, I'm kidding. b4, queen e4, very brave, rook to g1, and queen c4, and all that played very fast.
Yeah, this is the first time I see this position, so not much to say.
I believe it has to be said that black certainly takes serious strategic risk by accepting this pawn sacrifice.
I mean, just look at his pieces.
Yeah, everything at its place. Queen has made 1, 2, 3, 4 moves out of 11 moves black played. So obviously it is risky, and it won't stop here. I believe after knight moves, you'll have to play, move your queen again. But black's king is safe for now. There are no obvious ways of, let's say, opening the files and so on. Black is flexible, and I suspect Alekseyenko knows what he's doing, at least for now.
Right, and looks like Madlov was blitzing it all out, and now he is.
Yeah, he's thinking after queen c4.
Yeah, maybe queen c4
which
is something surprising to him.
Which is, what else could you do here? Like move the queen back, like c6 or b7, and then answer bishop g2 is d5. Yeah, but then d5 becomes. I'm just like thinking. So this. I'm not sure about queen c6 because you're running into knight d4. d5, and then d5 is kind of a target, and maybe you just want to go knight f4 and somewhere sacrifice on d5.
Right. Although, even there, like knight f4, we always have bishop b7, right? So
yeah, bishop b7, knight maybe to e7, not even f6. Yeah, so it's not like black is without a chance, right? And queen c4 is something apparently surprising to Aleksandr Motilev, because he started to think. Anyway, that's clearly a conflict on the board at the very early stage. So
that's a promising game already. I guess white should have enough compensation, but maybe at the same time he needs to be very precise in order to prove that compensation.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very easy to get tricked with, with engine evaluation nowadays. Like, for instance, you're analyzing this, and then it says, I don't know, best move for black is whatever, queen b7, and all the rest is like white is better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you believe it because, let's say here, the computer says +1. But then when you have this position on the board, let's say you didn't check it, you didn't bother to check it, and you have this position on the board, yeah, maybe it's +1, but you have like bajillion options, and then you don't know what to play, and all those like, long-lasting compensations, they tend to be very good in computers' hands, and humans, they tend to misplay it usually. So queen c4, knight to f4.
Yeah, I mean, he spent like 4 minutes on that move, so I guess he's still in the book, right?
Yeah, black is left with only move, which is queen c7. I believe now we can show that queen c6 indeed runs into this knight d5 sacrificing. White just wins, so queen c7 is forced. And then it's a question, the knight's not bad on f4, but maybe knight h5 at some point. When say, black develops something, maybe knight h5 kind of.
I guess the main issue that it's not that easy to develop, actually, because knight
black,
f6 always runs into some g5 stuff.
Yeah.
And knight e7 just feels really slow. But maybe
so we probably castle long anyway. Yeah. It's not like white king has any other prospects, so probably castles long and see what happens. Yeah. Kirill pausing a bit, but yeah, here it's pretty clear queen c7 is going to be played. Queen to c7 and no immediate move from Motilev, so I believe we can switch to something else. We have we have a lot of different games, but we will keep an eye on this one, of course. What do we do? Vityugov with black, right? Vityugov with black against Pavel Pankratov, and Pavel went for d4, c4, knight c3. Isn't it a bit of a surprise?
I mean, I guess e4 is more common in his practice, but d4 is not a huge surprise. So that's
e3
fine.
E3 castles and bishop to d2. Bishop to d2 is, I mean, not the most challenging line, let's call it this way.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's very popular nowadays, and I think it's one of the lines, one of the many lines introduced by Aleksandr Ryazantsev. He was the first one to. I mean, he wasn't the first one to play it, obviously, but he was the first one to make it serious.
Right, and as far as I understand, it gives black very limited possibilities to kind of, sharpen the game or unbalance the game.
I would say
A3 takes. Now you probably want to take the bishop back, not to be left against a pair of bishops. So knight e4. I wonder what they do, rook c. I mean, actually not sure. That's nonsense, right? You probably play some queens 2,
queens 2 or rook c1, yeah.
Yeah, to guard the
so
bishop.
I don't really see much for white in that position.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're solid, but that's about it, yeah.
You're solid, but that's not Pankratov style, and that's exactly Vityugov's type of position, I think.
Let's say, I mean, you're not forced to.
Yeah,
you're not forced to. So bishop probably goes to b7.
Yeah.
And if I do this, eventually you'll have to take. Yeah. I mean, you can still postpone it for. I mean, just not to be too cooperative. Because you'll end up taking anyway.
Yeah.
You'll end up taking.
I mean, I guess you want to take it once white castles, because then maybe bishop e1 could be an idea.
Knight d7, let's say castles, and probably that's the moment you take, because indeed Bishop d1, moving the knight and so on. Even though here you have knight f6, hitting this guy.
I mean, I never really understood why bishop e1 would be such a big threat, but, people say that bishops are better than the knights, so...
I mean, in this particular structure, maybe it isn't, right? Like if white didn't play d5, let's say I do this, and then we keep it flexible. Yeah, castles, knight d7. Here I can imagine, like, bishop goes to e1, and then, I mean, there is regrettably no place for this knight. Because ideally I would like, I don't know, knight g1, f3 to keep a pair of knights. Yeah, the bishop goes to g3. Actually, something similar you have from the Bogo Indian, I believe, in one of the lines.
But I think the bishop belongs on b2 in such positions, not on e1. So.
No, but then if you play b3, of course you're kind of telegraphing your opponent. I'm about to move this bishop away from c3, and that's the moment exactly when it's taken.
I'm surprised that it looks really comfortable for black. At the same time, I don't recall this being black's main line against his bishop d2
you mean
stuff.
b6 and so on, yeah?
b6, c5, not e4. But I mean, maybe Nikita is just very well prepared, so that's not that wouldn't be a surprise if that's the case.
b6. Now that I'm thinking, are we sure that knight f3 is the move?
I mean, maybe it's already
maybe like
inaccurate.
black is supposed to. White is supposed to do something else, like bishop d3, bishop g2. Bishop b7. This is what I can imagine being playable. I mean, it's a pawn, but it's kind of in spirit of this position. So if you don't take, I mean, now I'm supporting e4, right? I'm supporting e4, so looks like you're almost forced to take.
d5 is pretty playable.
Yeah, d5 is always playable, but I mean, you can make an argument with white as well. I mean, it's playable for white. It's some position that we will play.
Right.
And in order to try to refute, you are supposed to take, right? I don't know, bishop f3 or back to b7, and I go queen c2, go castle long. Just okay. You have the pawn, I have the file. Maybe we'll have the center later.
That's in Pankratov's spirit.
Yeah, that would be Pankratov's style. Yeah. All right, so no move from white here, so let's just leave it for now. And Drakin Yesipenko played 13 moves already. The Petrov. Whoa, the Petrov defense, or Russian game, as it's called. Bishop d3, knight to c6, and bishop to e7. All the classical stuff.
Yeah, this is like the classics of the Petrov.
Yeah, it didn't change much, I believe. Not the variations, no evaluation has changed since, I don't know, Karpov-Kasparov and Kasparov-Karpov, right?
Yeah. I think Kramnik played this line a lot as well, so this is indeed very classical.
Rook e1, I would guess it's rook e8, but I don't remember, to be honest. Don't remember what black is supposed to be doing.
Well, me neither. Rook e8 makes a lot of sense, right?
C takes. Yeah, I mean, you have to make sure that you can play queen e4 in such positions, right? I mean, that strangely is kind of a key idea. Queen e4 and queen c2, swap the queens, and then the endgame is fine.
There was some maybe it was a blitz game when Kramnik actually blundered a piece. Like there was a similar position, but the knight somehow was on a5. And after queen e2 and queen c, let's say we play c4 here.
C4 and it can't be taken. Yeah. Queen e4
No,
and the bishop f4.
I mean, rook e5 came at some point and attacking both of the pieces, but I don't remember how it happened exactly.
Rook e8 played, yeah. This still must be a theory for both guys.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And then I think takes bishop f4 should be the main line, or takes c4 maybe.
Yeah, takes, queen takes. If bishop f4, I believe it's bishop d6. Takes with the pawn somehow. Yeah. I mean, they do have this structure in these lines. Maybe not exactly. Yeah, maybe some other move for white first, but certainly bishop d6, c d6. This is common.
Honestly, I don't really see why Black would be worse in that position, like strategically, right?
Yeah. Overall, it's not that easy to apply serious pressure in this, let's say, in that lines.
In this opening, in
even
general.
yeah, well, the opening itself, yeah, it's very solid. I mean, it has a very solid reputation and probably is very solid. But this line specifically, you're looking for like really, just a little thingy. Just again, at some specific moves order that if your opponent doesn't know, he ends up in a slightly worse position. So
right, that's the maximum White can get here. But that's already something.
Yeah.
A slightly better position by today's standards considered to be a huge achievement, right?
Yeah. So we'll see how this plays out. Goryachkin with Rachmanov. Nice. Remember, a few days ago, we were talking, who on earth would go for this endgame with Black? And here's your answer. It's Aleksandr Rachmanov. Queen f3, bishop g6, bishop f6. Yeah, now gf6 with queens on the board. It's just bad.
I mean, I think that's the line as well, but like
Yeah, it
somehow
could be,
people
but-
play it, but yeah, this looks terrible.
Knight f3, knight h4, bishop e7, knight e2.
Which is, I think, Kramnik's idea, in fact.
Yeah.
Kramnik's or no, I think it's Carlsen's idea against, he played it against Kramnik, when Kramnik was Black.
Kind of main move being g3 here. Or I don't know,
Maybe
main,
it used to be, but yeah, knight e2 is the
yeah.
critical idea nowadays.
Now knight e2, f5, knight back to f3.
Yeah. I think they even played g3 after f5.
Yeah,
But
you
then
can
I think
play g3.
yeah, g3 like takes knight f6. Of course, the bishop is absolutely terrible, but Black's just extremely solid, and that's what we.
Yeah,
that's what Rachmanov is known for.
That's
Right?
That's such a depressing line. I mean, for Black, but some people just play it.
No, I actually played it once, to be honest, and that was enough for me. But I mean, I kind of get it. Like, just really not easy for White to put any pressure. Although he enjoys a slight advantage forever. Basically.
I mean, what I don't understand, let's say, if it be something else, imagine the line itself is bishop g5 knight f, and then you have two options: playing the poisoned pawn, which requires you to know 35 moves and blah blah, and you are still at risk of some novelty, or this position. Then I understand it. But Queen's Gambit decline. I mean, you have like 10 reliable systems. Why on earth would you go for a worse ending? So that's always been.
They want to play this is not worse. This is just fine.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe they're right. It's just that, I mean, my feelings about this position, that you can have something quote-unquote normal, and instead you... okay, maybe the position is not worse, but the structure, the structure is not inspiring.
No, Black's idea is to bring the knight to d6 and then say, okay, I mean, that weakness on f5 is
I don't
basically untouchable, and the bishop on g6, I mean, it's terrible, but
who cares?
But who cares? Yeah, whatever.
Who cares? Yeah, like remember, I believe in everyone's chess childhood, we used to have a saying that it's not a bishop, it's kind of a pawn. Yeah, so the bad bishop is the pawn, and what Black's trying to say, so what? It is a pawn on g6. It actually makes my pawn structure solid. Yeah, go get me.
I mean, it makes it super solid.
Yeah, imagine. Well, actually, if it's a pawn on g6, we stop complaining about Black's structure. It's beautiful.
I mean, on the king's side, but not on the queen's side in this case. Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Okay. Anyway, so that's this line, which, I mean, against Goryachkin, I can expect a long game.
It will be a long game.
She probably won't allow an immediate equality, and not that you're getting an immediate equality in this kind of lines. Yeah, so you just keep it solid and see what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, I think both players are happy with the outcome. White is probably slightly better without much risk.
And Rachmanov doing Rachmanov things.
So,
Yeah.
super solid, yeah, without much risk, so it's all good.
Okay, so we move on. Fedosiev with Chigayev. This looks like something. Looks like a draw. Let me be straight with you guys. Knight h3 c5, dc5 c3. Who was the first to start playing this one? I remember there was Karyakin, Dean Gliren, Karyakin, something. Berlin 2018 candidates.
Yeah, I think Dean was one of the first guys to play this.
Probably it wasn't already the first game on elite level, but it was. Yeah. Once again, Kramnik comes to mind. I think Kramnik was the only one who won a game in this kind of.
He beat someone,
in this endgame. Well, actually, I don't know about this endgame. Bishop d4 perhaps is a move. Bishop f5, or maybe not. Could it be bishop e3, knight e4?
No, I think bishop d4 is the move, and then they usually just take everything, play knight d6.
Sorry. So bishop takes, queen takes, knight takes. Yeah, exactly. That's the line. F to c1. For some reason, I think it's f to c1, f d8. Like rook c7, you'll have knight e8. Yeah. Rook d8. I remember, like white at the end of the line, white is getting the rook on c7. And it doesn't help. Yeah, king f8, and somehow you're able to
very solid here.
you're able to kick it away, this rook. And I think the game I was talking where white actually won was Kramnik VE, somewhere around those years, 2017, 2016.
Sounds about right,
yeah. So bishop to d4, bishop f5. It's a bit of a new move apparently. And Fedosiev just played e3. Still, I mean, not much to discuss. Absolutely symmetrical structure with the potential to swap more pieces.
Right. I mean, maybe white is a little bit better, but really hard to prove anything here.
That's what white is trying to say. Like, it's a symmetrical position. I've started to move first, so maybe I'll...
Yeah, also white's bishop on the long diagonal is somewhat more active than... I mean, black's bishop is neutralized on g7, right? So that's why I want to claim it's slightly better, I guess. That's
e3, rook e8, so now black kind of threatens e5. So you can trade on g7, go knight d4. I'm actually curious, how's that done? So you do this, if king takes, or you swap. You probably don't swap on d1, yeah?
No reason to, I think.
Knight d4, and how do you react in this position? That's
maybe still knight d6.
Knight d6, and if I take, you take with
knight.
I mean, the trick is that if you take with knight, I might be winning a pawn, yeah, or not. Rook b8, bishop c6. That's the moment you take. Go rook c8, bishop g7, yeah.
But maybe that's the line. So takes, bishop d7, rook c2, and we just claim it's a draw somehow.
b3,
like, and black's rook is like super active.
Pawn, yeah. I can imagine this being a draw, yeah. But
knight d6, like maybe
knight d6, and then just like attacking the bishop. It could be,
yeah,
could be like you can get rid of this rook on the second rank, and then knight e4 will be a thing one day. Yeah, right. Could be that even this one is a draw. Okay. Anyway, so this game does not look all that exciting. I mean, it can peter out to a draw anytime soon. And finally, Matlakov with Predke. Seems that... wait, that was the position Predke has played against Aleksandr. I mean, the line, yeah? Or not really.
No, that line.
No, Aleksandr
didn't play b5 in that game.
Yeah, he did, but kind of later.
After d4.
Yeah. And Aleksandr has played d3 much earlier, so it's not quite the same.
No, this is very the most classical line, right?
So d6. Wait a second.
That's the word at all.
d6. so not inclined to play any marshal, right?
Yeah, but that's the classical rule of us, right?
Castles h3 and rook e8. Is it Smyslov variation?
Smyslov or Zaitsev, I don't know.
Zaitsev is, could be Zaitsev. That's like a4, h6, bishop c2. That is, right? And c5 and once again, not the opening moves, but the structure. This is how you get Kasparov-Karpov, and then later on...
But I think this is exactly the line.
Could be the line, yeah. And then, I don't know, rook a3 or d5 or something, and yeah.
Rook e3, I think, is a move at some point as well.
What I remember is that you go king h2 and win.
Yeah.
Famous Gary's game against Anatoly Karpov. And after bishop c2, rook b8 was played, which makes a lot of sense, but could be a bit of a new move, right?
Well, looking at Maxim, it feels like he is already thinking, trying to remember everything.
b4 might be a thing later.
I guess, you can take on d4 and go for that line, rook b8. I don't really see anything wrong with some move like g6, let's say. Maybe just an attempt to play a typical Spanish position.
Yeah. d5? Always a question. d5, knight e7.
In this case, obviously we don't go to a5, so we go to e7 and play c6.
And then my plan was to try to do this. c6, let's imagine, c6, c4. That's once again, that's quite an unbalanced position, right? Because if you go for something like that, I don't know how many pawns and in what way you have to exchange, but if you go for something like that, the knight on e7 is like usual. King's Indian knight is not ideal, right? Because you'd prefer the knight to fight for the c5. So maybe, you know what, after c4, maybe you exchange that one and you do not take on d5 for
play
now.
a5.
Something like a5 and try to get there.
These positions are always very complicated, so...
Yeah. Remember Magnus beating Firouzja with black. It wasn't exactly this. The knight was, so it was from, I believe, from the Breyer line or something, so the knight was on d7. But this structure happened at some point.
Yeah.
And then
Magnus won very convincingly, as far as I remember. So.
Yeah, somehow he got Alireza outmaneuvered, and black pieces simply proved to be more active. And so, okay, anyway, rook b8 played, something to think about for Maxim Matlakov, and that kind of describes what happens in a round. Probably we'll go back to Motilov and Aleksandr, because that's a very exciting position already. After queen c7, castles long that we've predicted, knight f6, and immediate knight h5. And that's kind of a move you only play if you know it's...
right. On the other hand, we don't know exactly how much time he spent on this move.
But yeah, Aleksandr barely spent any time.
He didn't spend any yet, yeah. And,
so that is understandable. Yeah, well, we hit g7 and it's kind of not that pleasant for black to react. Knight d5 was played at tempo. And bishop d4, so once again targeting g7.
The Matlakov is still on -1, right, as far as I remember?
So he lost 2, then he won this game against... oh, wait a second. Did he lose 2?
He lost first 2.
He lost first 2,
to Fedoshev and Gereshkin.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm just saying that the opening choice of Aleksandr, clearly indicates that he wants to win this game. On the other hand, rook g8 might be, it's the top engine's choice for sure, if it's played so quickly, but I just wanted to point out that stylistically, I think that's what many people underestimate, but in general, I think this kind of position favors Matrev. He likes the initiative. He's not like a crazy attacking player who likes to sacrifice everything, but looks like White is the one who puts some pressure at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, I mean, he's not maybe like crazy attacker like, I don't know, Jan Shakhmamedyarov used to be, but if you give him a chance to sacrifice, he'll be willing to take it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? It's a Sicilian. It's White to move. There is no obvious winning move, so I vote King B1. Which
It's never a mistake.
Yeah, kind of always proves to be useful in this Sicilian. Even though here it might be not that great because after Rook B8 there'll be some Knight C3 tricks.
Yeah, actually, once I watched stream of Draking, actually, and there was some Sicilian type of position with White's King being on C1. And he, to my surprise, never really played King B1, and he actually described that move as being a useless one, which goes against my understanding of this type.
Yeah,
of
that's
position.
interesting. Yeah, because to me it's always like it's a matter of culture, right? So you kind of not castled properly with White unless you played King B1.
Right,
Yeah, it's a
right,
castle, but it's not yet done. Okay, I've castled, played King B1, now I'm safe. Yeah.
In my life, I actually had an honor to have a lesson with Genrikh Chipukaitis, a legend, Blitz legend, Blitz Soviet legend, I should say. And once we had a lesson, I was like, I don't know, 8 years old or so. And his first question to me was, once you castle queenside, what is the move that makes your king safer?
And it was.
And I was like, I suggested A3. And he looked at it. He said, "Man, you got no talent at all. But King B1 should be the move."
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, so Rook G8. Black is very unlikely to castle in this game. Let me tell you something. Yeah, it's not like. I mean, he can theoretically.
Yeah, I don't think it's that unlikely.
You mean Bishop B7? Maybe he castles.
Right.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Yeah. This is something I want to do. F4, F5, and so on. I don't know what I'm opening. Yeah, even if I get the pawn on F5, what else? I mean, you take with the D pawn.
I have an idea.
Yep.
So if we play Bishop G3,
they play G6.
they play G6, and I go Bishop E4 now.
Bishop E4. So if I take the knight, you just take and play Rook G. This Rook. I don't know which rook.
Right.
Some Rook to G1, Bishop E7, and then you win.
Right.
And probably you win like this. I mean, Bishop F6 wins, but you probably win like this, knowing yourself. That's how you win.
That's how I
check
win, exactly.
and Rook E1, and it's
that just made
it's probably a checkmate,
Yeah.
yeah. Which I don't see, to be honest, after King D6, but Bishop E5 is good enough. Yeah. Might be a checkmate. Queen B4, King C6, Rook E3, who knows? Yeah. But White is winning for sure. Yeah. So after Bishop E4,
if you play Bishop
wait a
B7,
second.
I
If you go
take,
Bishop
yeah.
B7, you take on D5,
And F6 is weak.
and F6 is weak. So in reality, I have to take the knight, and after Bishop D5, I have to play Bishop B7,
Right.
or vice versa.
Right,
It's
right,
not
right.
that important.
Yeah, in
And
this position,
then
I'm not sure what's
Take
going on here.
here, and that's a very tricky one. Because like if you take, the material decrease, then I probably can get away without castling at all. Some Rook C8.
But I think you can also castle.
Yeah, maybe I can. Maybe you know what? Maybe I play some move with the queen, and depending on what you do, like if you go Rook G8, I'm castling. Yeah, if you don't, yeah. So this looks possible for black, playable. But yeah, but all those ideas are here, of course. Yeah,
Right.
like to get to F6 is certainly something White might want in this position. All right, let's move to the ladies tournament, and I would suggest we start with Gunina. one of the leaders, and also her game against Pagunina. It's a lot of moves played. With Gunina not spending time at all. This might look familiar to some because it's Queen's Gambit declined with Knight BD7, Kazan variation. From now on I'm calling it that. C5, Knight H5, Bishop D3. And I think kind of in a classical way, they were starting with C6, right? Because B6, C6 looked a bit scary,
no,
but now...
I think that's the case if white goes H3 first, instead of bishop D3.
Uh-huh.
Keeping the bishop. Move... Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, I guess...
When they do this, remember there was the knight E4, bishop D3, F5 or something, that's kind of a different way of playing it.
Yeah, I mean, but there's also C6 instead of Knight H5, right? Which is completely different.
No, but anyway, so sooner or later they have to play C6, castles, Queen C7, G3, Bishop A6 just takes. Here some B5 used to be the theory, or Queen E2, Rook A8. Is it this Rook to A8? Knight A4, B5, Knight B2, and Knight D3 and Rook A7.
How about F5, just Knight F8, or what's the idea?
Yeah, that's a little bit puzzling because F5 is one thing. The other thing is like, I'm not sure if this is what black wants, blocking the B file, because with Knight on D3, black's sort of the counterplay black generates on the queen side is very limited. Like I can probably get away with keeping all the pieces, or going to D1, D2 just to protect the second rank, or maybe just going to, I don't know, Rook D1 kind of feels more harmonious, and then all the known stuff, yeah. King G2, move the H pawn, see if I can break through. And the other attempt is, of course, to play F5. Yeah,
I'm sure that's what Gunina is looking for. But also, so you remember when we looked at the Garechkin-Rachmanov game, you said who would ever play this endgame in such a passive position? How is this one better than that endgame?
Yeah, that's also a question, right? Especially since like Hikaru and I don't know Fabi against Magnus, they proved that you can castle E3. You can actually play the old but new C5.
C5, I think B6 is
B6,
actually
the thing that Wesley used to play.
Dominguez just played it like 5 days ago or so. Yeah, I mean, and also Knight D7, C5, Knight E4, I think hasn't been refuted. So
yeah, it's kind of a little bit more lively. Yeah, because
I think there are just very few people who can actually successfully play it, and like Naka obviously being one of them. I think Rajabov plays this a lot, but that's basically it. I think. I don't recall Pagunina being a huge expert here, and in fact, to play this line successfully, you need to understand these nuances very, very well.
I'm just thinking, I was saying, like, let's move the rook. Can I play E4 all of a sudden? Can I play E4 just to open?
E6 is your idea, right? I mean, if I take and then take on A4.
If you take that?
Yeah.
No, there wasn't. I didn't realize I can take like. No, I thought just take on B5 and then win this back.
Well, do you actually win this?
Yeah, I was hoping to do. Like takes, Rook B1, for instance. Because, I mean, we both know, right? So if this disappears, Rook disappears, that's like White's best bet of winning the game the c6 pawn.
Yeah. On the other hand, you just said that white, black maybe made a mistake by playing b5, and this way we opening up the queen side for them to get some counterplays. So
It's tricky.
I don't think a4 is a great idea.
So people somehow know this. I think Grishuk, no, there was like Grishuk Rajabov, I think, there was something. So possibly like really deep players like Aleksandr Grishuk is, maybe they know something.
But even Grishuk, I think, lost a bunch of games here as black, so this position is
tricky.
Tricky for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so Gunina's game is dead. Then the other leader, Evgenia Ovud, against Alisa Galyamova, who is white. Here we have two knights defense.
Okay.
D3 and not a transposition to Gioco Piano, but H6. H6 is a funny move. It looks like a beginner's move. Yeah, you just realize that knight G5 is a threat. Okay, let's play H6 to stop knight G5. But in fact, that was played quite a few times by Shak Mamedyarov, among others.
Extremely popular nowadays.
And not only G6, but G5, even there, I think.
In fact, not G6, but G5 is what the reason they played. G6 used to be the main line of this H6 line, but it's always considered to be slightly worse for black, but G5, is the key idea. Although it's funny, I played this line as white 5 years ago or so against some international master, like 2400 rated, and he always played this line as black, and I was like, man, H6, G6, D6, you don't develop your pieces, how can it be any good for black? But I was struggling to find any serious idea for white. In fact, I think at some point I put my knight on A3, and I thought it was smart, so this is definitely much trickier than it looks, but G5 is what they do nowadays.
Yeah, and here, after D5, it's understandable that you probably want to swap the C6 knight, right? Because if you take with the pawn immediately, the knight has little to do on C6. So knight takes, but here...
No, but B3 is a problem, I think.
If you take with the pawn, B3 is a bit of an issue. B3 and bishop A3, right?
So you never really want to play C5.
Yeah, castles. If bishop A3, C5, unless you are somehow...
Maybe bishop C1.
Yeah, the trick is what's the next? Yeah, bishop C1, by the way.
And A4, right?
By the way, bishop C1, because if you play kind of quote-unquote developing move, then black might be more than okay with A6, B5. But yeah, bishop A3, C5, bishop C1, arguing that the pawns are not moving backwards. And white probably is somewhat better. Because
although I
of the
think
D5
if
square.
we turn on the engine, it will say black is completely fine.
Yeah.
So
once again, one of those positions where human perception is that black has the weak key square on D5, and this knight will sooner or later get there, get to D5, might be better.
The computer just doesn't care about all this stuff.
Somehow prevents it. And right, but anyway, Galyamova captured with the queen, knight D2 castles, knight F3, queen C5, and queen B3. Honestly, looks fine for black to me.
I guess so, yeah, I mean...
Knight G4, 95, I mean, if I'm just swapping stuff, right?
Yeah, I guess it does look fine.
And anyway, that's not something very sharp, so...
And it's Ovud's game, so it will be the last one anyways.
Yeah, it will be the last one anyways, like 90 moves or something. Right. Let's move on. Shuvalova placed third, right? Oh, sorry, that's not the one. Shuvalova against the Bivol. That was... okay, at least something that we might have an idea about.
Well, maybe you do.
Knight F3. that, and then you have all the bishop moves, I think. Bishop f4 is the thing, bishop g5 is the thing, bishop e3 is kind of the main.
I'm not really familiar with bishop f4, to be honest, but yeah.
I think it was. And also
bishop
c3,
d6.
c3 at some point, yeah. Queen e2, b6 castles.
Well, already castling is definitely not the main move for black. Move 8, knight g5 is by far the most popular.
Yeah. So bishop b7, bishop g5 with the loss of a tempo. I think, yeah. c5, can you believe in c5?
I mean, I can. This is actually sort of 7d takes queen c7, I think is already here.
And yeah, and if you try to take, it's pawn takes, right? And you try to use
Compensation. Yeah.
compensation. Yeah, try to use the open files. How would Bahadur Jubava play here? d5.
We already have a draw in one of the games, which is...
Fedoseev Chigayev just exchanged all the pieces.
Surprise.
All the pieces, yeah. After rook e8, knight h4, and they've started to, take stuff. Okay. The rest is history. So we have one very quick draw, which keeps Fedoseev on 50.
No, he's on plus
He's
one,
on +1.
Because he wins as black and make a quick draws as white. That's his strategy for this tournament.
That's his strategy, right. And yeah, Chigayev, who had black in this game, actually it's hard to...
No, Chigayev must be fine. Although, has he scored a win yet?
Nah, I don't think so.
I mean, if he wants to fight for anything, he
better start winning,
scoring,
yeah. So he's on -3. He's actually on joint last, yeah?
Yeah.
He's on -1, all draws and lost to Maxim Matlakov. All right, so back to Shuvalova Bivol. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, D takes is an option. I think King B1 is
Always,
enough.
yeah. H4 is a thematic thing to do.
Maybe even G4. Who knows? But King B1, I think in this position specifically, King B1 is something you have to play, because in many lines A2 is hanging, which is very annoying.
You know what? Can I do this? I mean, it's wait, C5, King B1. You actually move it away. What were the other moves? D takes. No, somehow.
H4, let's say.
H4 protects G5.
What was your...
G4. Okay, you said maybe G4.
I mean,
I just want to highlight some funny tactics. After Queen D4, and you take. Funny tactic that doesn't work, perhaps. Yeah, knight takes. Right? You can take on E7, yeah. And here you can play rook d2. Here you can play queen b7. So it never works. It's just that my point was that you should not trust bishop h7 blindly. Sometimes there are exceptions, right? Like, so you end up losing too many. Yeah, let's imagine like knight takes, and you take the queen and knight g5, and you don't have queen b7, for instance. The queen's hanging, rook hanging, and when you count the material, it turns out black has.
Yeah, but g4 isn't happening, and
G4
any other move just stops this idea.
Absolutely.
Although I think looks like king b1 takes, c takes. Man, looks reasonable.
Let me update it. Yeah. So king b1 takes on f3, queen f.
Yeah.
Let's presume queen f3 and c takes. Yeah.
Why not?
That can be played, of course. Even though white probably has what we call compensation. Yeah.
I mean, like in this round, in every game, there's some compensation for something, right?
Right, so unlike some other games, this actually has huge potential to become sharp. It's just not sharp, not as sharp yet. Yeah. What else we didn't check? The game where I was betting on a draw because both players are very solid. Giria, Garifulina. So a Nimza, e3, c5, bishop d3, knight c6, d takes c5. Do we know something about that?
This is the first time I say this.
Maybe that's the first time it's played.
It could be, no,
That's why,
yeah.
I mean, maybe that's the first time it's played. I must say that Mr. Nimzovich himself, he would probably call d takes c5 decisive mistake, and then he would capture on c3, play queen a5, win the pawn back, and say that, yeah, white structure is ruined, so therefore black is slowly but surely winning the game.
Yeah, I think queen b3 is a little problem here.
Yeah, regrettably, it's not how chess works nowadays. Yeah. Okay, so after dc5 castles, knight f3. I don't know. Still, like, what makes you take on c5 with the bishop? Okay, no problem. d5, c takes, e takes. And with some transpositions, we've actually gotten to one of the positions that can be... I mean, there was one of the kind of central positions in the Nimzo, knight f3, castles d5. And then the main line is a3, takes, right? And all this Botvinnik and so on. And I think like Humpy Conero was playing this, and of course some other players, right? So that's what we've got.
I think there was some other line with the knight on still being on b8 for some reason. Like when white takes on c5. So if we go back, let's say bishop d3 castle, knight f3. d5, c takes, e takes.
Oops, why not the king is
Von Cloud?
Von Cloud it coming, yeah.
So d takes here, I think, is the line, and if bishop takes, maybe we have something more useful than castling. I'm not sure it's the case,
Like
but
a3, yeah.
because I remember knight d7 is the main move after d takes c5.
Okay. If you could also take like that.
No, but this is just a different line, right? Like c takes is definitely one of the moves. No, here d takes, I think is a problem.
Yeah. All right, so this
anyways, looks pretty harmless.
h3, a6, b3,
d4, makes
and
sense.
yeah, d4 was played. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, you know, black can play it normally. Okay, d4 is an attempt and probably will be a successful one to equalize completely. But black can also play just an isolated pawn position, yeah?
Yeah, she could.
I mean, like queen d3, bishop, queen d6, bishop e6, and so on. d4, okay, knight a4, bishop a7, ed, b5, for some reason, okay. Knight d4, b4, and knight to e6. On the other hand, what's wrong with black playing? Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, looks like. So it'd be inaccurate to say after b4 to take on f3, queen f3, and then the knight survives, and then you have to lose some time and so on. Yeah, knight e6, exchanging specifically the knight on c5. Seems good. So what I would be trying to do is maybe bishop e3 or even queen c2.
Well,
so the thing is, like, I want to provoke you to take.
they can even take twice, right?
Yeah, you can actually take twice. We'll discuss this one. Yeah. But let's say if you take with the knight, I understand potentially that's the weak pawn, but the bishop for now on a7 is not that great, right? If you take with the bishop, then that's once again, that's a very common structure for some Grunfelds and so on. But then you want this knight actually to be on c6 to block the pawn. Yeah? If you take twice, I just thought I'm capturing h7. Doesn't matter what you take with, and queen c5, and this might be better for white.
I can only take it with the knight, right?
Ah, yeah, yeah.
I don't think this is anything. Maybe slightly better, but
Probably, probably not much, if anything. Okay. But if you do, I mean, you can play bishop e3 as well, but then some knight d5 may start, and 5, knight e6.
but black feels comfortable here, right?
Yep. No, that's what I'm saying. Like white maybe got the last moment to try to apply pressure with this bishop e3 or queen c2 line, because if you have to take on e6, you'd better make sure you're not worse. So that one, and there are some other games we didn't take a look at. Guseva Kashlinskaya. Whoa, there's a lot of moves, and one could think it's a King's Indian, but it isn't. It's a Bogo Indian, in fact. Castles, a3, bishop e7, e4, and d6. One of the most surprising lines that I've ever seen. The fact that d6 not only is playable, but a lot of people kind of were trying to prove it equalizes.
I think this is actually good for black, yeah. And I mean, the main problem is the knight on d2 is really bad for white. So, in my opinion, knight fd7 is the best move here for black.
After bishop e2, just knight fd7, and you go for e5, yeah?
Yeah, and we go for e5. If d5, we're fine. If white doesn't do anything, we just take, play knight c6, bishop f6, and I think black is the one who's having fun there.
c5, d5, e5.
I mean, that has been played as well, yeah, but
that's interesting, because this one is not much different from the old Benoni, right? Which is solid, which is not that easy to kind of to crack it with white, yeah, so you can, but it's a little bit passive still. So b4, still white would prefer the knight on c3.
Yeah, I mean, we should mention that queen c2, knight b1 is one of the standard maneuvers here for white.
Yeah. So like you do this just to get the knight back to
let's say move 7. If knight d7, I think bishop e2.
Yeah, after bishop e2,
knight of d7. I think knight b1 is
knight
actually
b1
the main move here.
is the move, yeah, and just get it on a normal square.
Although now I'm thinking, why not knight f1? Looks
to g3, right?
A bit more natural, but yeah.
All right. So b4, knight d7, castles, a5, ba5, rook a5, that, bishop d3, and knight to f6. It's a really strange King's Indian defense.
I mean, the only strange thing is that the pieces are a bit. I think they're better placed for black and misplaced for white, I would say.
Yeah. If we are to talk about, various setups in the King's Indian, right? So bishop on e7, knight on g7, interestingly, are not that terrible, right?
Not terrible at all, yeah. And I mean, white's knight on b3, it was on d2, but it's still kind of bad. I mean, in the regular King's Indian, it's on b5 already. But honestly, I played this position as white and as black, and I know that the engine says white is always better, but you make all the useful moves, and then at some point you're just stuck. So I think this is great for black.
Yeah, and also have to mention this thing, like this battery. It's only good if it stops f5, but if f5 eventually happens, right, you find it very awkward, because when you take, pawn takes, and then e4 comes with the tempo, and so on and so on. So white, in fact, kind of has to be very precise and has to try to do something, yeah?
And why black's play is very simple. Knight g4, f5.
Yeah, you want knight g4, f5, or like say, if I take care of g4 square, then immediately knight h5 happens.
Knight h5
you're
or
crawling
king
here.
h8, bishop g8, knight g8. Sorry,
Yeah, that's another way of kicking away this bishop and going f5 and so on. Yeah.
Oh, this looks very nice for black.
And
actually.
yeah, and the queen side, I mean, with this pawn on c5, black only uses the a6 rook to kind of guard something on the queen side. So in a way, it's a very, very savvy way of keeping the king side protected. So in fact, yeah, should be a good position for black. Okay, and Bodnar-Rook with void we also did not check. The outsiders, this you know for sure. This you know for sure,
I know
because it's a
little
Karo.
bit, yeah.
Bishop e3, knight c3, knight c6, and knight a4. And
Is the
the
move?
check, and c5. Oh, sorry, c4. This knight h4 is something I'm not sure I've seen. Maybe it is, yeah. Somehow, wasn't before just
Before is a move, I think, and I'm actually not so sure. I mean, knight h4 actually looks kind of.
I mean, if you have to reply with bishop g6, I'm very happy about knight h4. So maybe that's a move. Before queen d8, g3, g3. I mean, by that point, I would probably take.
Taking looks like this is the best.
G3,
Like, why would
b5,
you postpone it?
Exchange there, went knight e7, castles, rook b8. Some really unclear what's going on to me, because now look, the bishop on e2, white's pair of bishops, yeah, the bishop on e2 is not such a beautiful piece, in fact.
I mean, I actually like black.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Could it be? I mean, at least black kind of has some sort of a plan, right? Black has a plan of just advancing there, after which each side will have a passed pawn, but C pawn for white is like firmly blocked. King d7 rather than castling short.
Is an option, yeah. But I think a5 b4 just comes automatic, and then we think, well,
maybe you don't touch it at all. Yeah, if white takes,
h takes.
h takes, it's good. Yeah.
I mean, white's only plan is to push f5 here, but f5 is just extreme.
Yeah, I mean, how do you play f5?
Like you need to play queen g2, bishop d1, bishop c2, f4, g4, and then f5 doesn't seem super dangerous. So
yeah.
Oh, this line itself, I think, is sort of harmless, unless you have some forced ideas in mind. Like the structure itself is perfectly fine for black.
Yeah. So once again, we've described kind of aggressive scenario from black's perspective, like going a5, b4, and so on. And the other thing is that black can simply kind of wait, and
but
also tough for white.
There is no need.
No point. Yeah, no point.
No point at all.
Yeah,
Just push I mean, if the pawn gets to b3, I think it's almost a queen.
Okay, so what we do? Covered more or less everything here. So let's try to recall. So from women's tournament, just quickly, Gunina can last forever. I don't know. 95. Always thought you take with the bishop, even though some people like Rajabov might disagree, because they.
Yeah, but isn't it just lost for black after d takes and put the knight d4?
Yeah, wait.
Now push on the king side.
But that's why you have the pawn on b6, dude.
Probably,
that's why you have the pawn on b6, because now this knight on e5, if you ever take it, knight, bishop doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, bishop take. Take with the pawn, d-pawn, specifically put the knight on d4, and it's a fantastic outpost, because c6 is always targeted, and f5 white's preparing. Yeah.
+3, I think, already.
Yeah, that's a terrible position. I mean, unless you're on time to play a4 and teleport your king to b7,
Even
which
then I will break
takes
through.
some time. And even then, still knight d4, and then white prepares
take on
f5.
b5, yeah.
White prepares f5 slowly. Yeah, so this could be
Really
this
bad
could
position
be
for
a
black.
really bad position, and this could be as well, kind of an illustration why you shouldn't play b5.
Why you shouldn't play this line?
Why you shouldn't play this line? Yeah, exactly. So there is that. So once again, even when we say, okay, it's winning for white, it means like strategically winning, and it might take 40 moves, and you might not win because you mess up, when the position gets open, but very favorable for white, and that'll be the evaluation. Out with Galyamova. Galyamova plays c6. I don't know what's going to happen here. Just a game. Just a game.
Looks good for black.
Looks, no playable. Shuvalova b-vol d takes c5 was played on queen c8 rather than c7. Okay, maybe she had some specific reasons to go to c8.
I'm curious to hear those because I don't really see the difference.
Yeah. It's really strange. Because now I'm actually tempted to prove that I can take, and because the queen is on c8, I'm probably still under unpleasant. Attack,
I honestly don't think there's a big difference, but Queen C7 just
Queen
so much
C7,
more natural.
well, saves you a tempo in this line. The c takes, a takes, and rook c8. Anyway, so that's something complex with opposite side castles, and you can always do this, though. Before.
Just take Queen C5. How am I ever worse in this position?
I thought.
No. I used to. I still play French quite a lot, so this position is.
This
very
position you'd be
comfortable
happy
for black,
with, yeah. Okay, so there is that. Gira Garifulina, Gira thinking if she takes on e6, so tries to do anything else. Guseva Kashlinskaya, we described as a very promising King's Indian for black.
It's
Right.
really hard to come up with a plan for white. That's the main problem.
Okay, white doesn't have a plan, so a5. Maybe the plan for white should be trying to meet f5 with f4, but white's already late for that, yeah. So that, and I don't know what else. That position which we think black is doing okay. So, don't know, really. Don't know what we are supposed to be doing here.
Move back to the
Back
main
to men open, Andreikin with Yosipenko, 27 moves played.
Yeah, looks like we're about to have a draw here.
27 moves played. Wait a second. That's one theoretical line, yeah. Bishop f4, dc4, bishop c4, bishop d6.
Yeah, I think this is actually very well known.
h4, queen e7, 4 h6, h5, rook d1, rook f8, rook d3, check takes, rook h3, check, and check. And that's about it, yeah? That's about it. Because if you go bishop f1, what they do? They play like f5 or something, yeah? They're not planning to get checkmated.
Yeah. Considering how quickly they both playing, there won't be any deviations.
Regrettably, I won't be able to recall it, but remember the last tournament we played together, which happens to be my last classical tournament in St. Louis, Missouri, and I was kind of preparing the Petrov for not specifically for that tournament, but let's say I was somewhere around this years I was prepared with the Petrov. And I remember like finding out there was the line which probably still kind of holds true, and there was a game of Boris Gelfand in this line where, I don't know, some long tactical sequence, and black ends up being an exchange down with the compensation. And I'm checking with some naive like laptop engine of mine, and the engine disagrees with what Gelfand did. And then you know, you run a proper engine, and it turns out 15 years ago, Gelfand already knew everything, that the best moves. Yeah, so that's impressive. I mean, how
Because
those
he
like,
probably spent like a couple of months analyzing that line.
yeah, those like strong players, they really have special talent, special abilities to analyze
Gelfand
opponents.
specifically, right?
Yeah, Gelfand is very impressive. All right, so we have 2 draws, and let's move on. Goryachkina and Rachmanov is not, I mean, doesn't change all that much. They are just developing their stuff. Yeah, Bishop D6, King E1, protecting that.
Yeah, not much to add to what we said half an hour ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Still, it's like slightly better for white.
To everyone except Rachmanov. He thinks, or maybe he knows that this is.
I mean, maybe he thinks it's slightly better, but like, so what, right?
Yeah, okay. So this will be, as we said, very long game. Matlakov with Predke. Also not that many moves happen. Matlakov spent quite some time, went bishop b1, which seems to be quite deep.
This is extremely deep, I would say.
b4 and a5.
I mean, let's stop for a second.
And those 2 moves kind of do not go together well, I have to say.
Maybe, but
yeah, why would they? Why
try
do you play
to figure
bishop?
out? I like this kind of, you know, logical puzzle, so to say.
Yeah. So what does he want with bishop b1?
Yes,
Yeah?
what's the idea?
Well,
because I mean, for sure there is some deep idea. So figuring it out is kind of.
I mean, silly idea is that I'm trying to win a tempo in this line, like e takes, c takes, knight b4 does not attack my bishop, so I'll have something. But why exactly? Oh wait.
But maybe he wanted to go knight f1, and it wasn't possible because of this stuff.
Right? Yeah. So knight f1, you take, you go knight b4,
You attack
the
e4.
bishop and e4.
Even here, knight g3 is still playable, but you don't want to give up the bishop, right?
Yeah. So maybe that's your answer. Yeah, bishop
Okay,
b1.
makes sense, yeah.
Black goes b4, which kind of in line with the previous move. Rook b8, a5, which once again is logical. But now I would actually prefer my bishop on c2, so somewhere I'll be able to play bishop a4.
Yeah, but you can get everything, right?
Yeah.
All right, so the move I would consider here is d5. Let's go
d5.
It just looks fun.
And nobody knows what happens, yeah? So if I take... You'll have to take d5, yeah?
You'll say knight takes.
Knight takes c4, and then you need a move.
Knight f4.
Knight f4 is on d5.
And there is nothing like knight d4.
Knight d4, I'll exchange everything,
Doesn't
go
feel
knight
right,
f3,
yeah.
yeah. No, I mean, if we want to kind of mess it up, maybe knight c3, it's time for knight c3, you know. No, but
I don't think it's time for that. So okay, maybe d5 is a bit too much. Just it feels interesting.
what they usually do is, before taking on d4, they want to take on c3, right? So maybe you just take on c3, take on d4, and play... Well, e5 is an issue, right?
Yeah.
Especially with h6 play, there'll be e5, e6.
I'm not
Just-
sure if you want to rush with all of this. Oh, e5?
And yeah, and no move. No move. Just destroyed my position completely.
Or maybe, I mean, as far as I remember, the idea here sometimes is to go after the a5 pawn, actually. So Maybe say
Move the
takes,
bishop
takes,
and rook
bishop
b-
c8. I think could be. This looks interesting, and rook b5 is an idea. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if d5, probably just knight e7, and then you go bishop d3, maybe knight d7, something like that.
Yeah, b takes played, because that's what you want to do anyway. And then can you play d5 here, man? Because now you'll have knight c3. Yeah, b takes d5. That's how you do it. And then takes knight takes c4 knight c3. You're very happy. I mean, I'm probably not taking on d5, but
Right.
but this makes much more sense.
I agree. Yeah. And bishop b1 does feel like a loss of a tempo, right? In this position. Yeah, d5 looks cool. I'm sure that's what Predke is considering right now.
Yeah.
He's also the guy who hasn't scored a win yet, right? So maybe he could get aggressive here.
The d5, the thing is, like, if I'm not getting the advantage with white, I might not be able to equalize. Strangely, I mean, it's only equal if somehow both e-pawns, d-pawns magically disappear, right? But yeah, I'm just thinking, okay, for instance, take on e5 takes knight e4, question mark, because this is also possible, but I'm somewhat afraid of,
Right.
maybe I shouldn't be.
But maybe
Back,
f4?
e5 and that. And f4, honestly, rook can't calculate, but rook e4, there's also check and some...
Yeah,
I don't know if I need
it's
the
an
check.
exchange, so I'm not
Rook
so sure.
e4, knight
Takes.
takes, pawn takes.
I mean,
Maybe after
but
a
I
check.
don't
Wait a
think-
sec. Maybe after a check. So check. I mean, first of all, where do you go?
H2, let's say.
H2 takes. Say knight takes, pawn takes.
This is not happening anyways. He's just taking the pawn on d4.
d4. But this looks exactly as my miserable attempt to play it.
Maybe it wasn't that miserable after all.
The c takes, and what they do? That?
I mean, d5 is just bad, right? For black.
d5, e5.
Yes, I don't
looks-
see anything.
Is this a move? Because sometimes it is.
But
Sometimes
not
it
in this
is.
position, I think. What's the...
Yeah, it's very hard to believe. Yeah, it's very hard. To
Takes.
believe. Takes twice. Yeah.
Like a clean extra pawn.
Extra pawn.
We have a question in the chat, actually. What do we think about Andreikin's game? He was a favorite, but wasn't playing too well.
Today.
I guess that's the question, yeah. Well, I mean, what do you do against Isipenko?
Well, the problem is that it's like a very annoying opening, this Petrov. So that's basically the moment you decide the game or direction you want this game to take. Because, yeah, like knight c3 is one thing, but there is a fair chance your opponent knows everything there.
Right.
It's really, it's very, very hard, strangely, to get like a game against the Petrov, right? So he probably kind of checked black a little.
That's what he did. And honestly, I'm not even that sure that, Andreikin is that big of a favorite against Isipenko. I mean, Isipenko has been playing very, very good chess, so... I mean, not in this tournament, I guess, but in general, I mean, they almost have the same rating, so I guess it's fine. Like you just went to, and also Andreikin was yesterday, right? But he lost a tough game against
Vidygov, yeah.
So it's
So
okay.
maybe that's kind of I don't know if it can be called a strategy, but his approach, like, okay, I've lost, and then let's calm down, let's be solid.
But also kind of similar game happened in round 1 when he played it against Matlakov. Also, remember that 2 nights or 4 nights, whatever you call it. Yeah. So it's just Andreikin's style, and that's fine with us, fine with him, I guess, as well.
So trying to win, but not, let's say, not putting in too much effort, right?
Yeah. I guess in such, like, everyone always says, man, I'm playing game after game, I don't have any plans, blah, 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 but I never really believe in it. In such terms, I think you always see the potential victim,
right?
Potential victim, yeah, who you find to make a draw with, and who you actually really want to beat.
Planning to beat, or planning to try to beat.
Yes,
yeah, exactly.
It doesn't look like a potential victim at all. So
yeah, Yesipenko doesn't fall into this category of potential victims. Right, so we are actually, strangely, like 2 games finished in a draw, and we are already left with not that much action in the men's tournament. So look, Garyachkin, Rakhmanov, it will be a very long game, but you do not expect it to, some excitement too soon. Matlakov, Predke, we just discussed. I mean, it can be interesting, of course, but for now it's still a bit calm. Pankratov is Vityugov. The pawn is on h6. So Pankratov, in fact, is doing Pankratov things.
Especially on the clock. Look at the
so he, exactly as you said, he plays aggressive and fast.
Yeah. Right. And we were saying, man, the line he chose maybe wasn't that aggressive, but he changed his mind.
I mean, if you do it this way, right? So bishop d3, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop b7, and for Nikita it's also understandable, right? So you went there perhaps to try to get the game. So it's okay. Bishop b7, d5, queen f6, rook to c1, protecting, g6, e4, d6, and h4, h5, f1, g5.
Well, I don't know, but I would be happy to see all of this if I'm black.
Yeah.
You get the pawn to h6, but
I mean, in a different order, right? So I go rook g8, knight e5, and then kind of threatening rook g6.
I mean, maybe not even immediately, but what's good about white's position?
Yeah,
I don't see
not
like
clear.
Structure is bad. The bishop on d3.
Yeah, the pawn's kind of funny. Yeah, right. the pawn's good. E5 ever? No.
I'll take it.
Yeah, that's what you do. Yeah, that's exactly.
The more I look at, the more I
kind of believe in Vityugov's chances, right?
I really don't like white's position. Yeah, you make all the active moves and then
you just run out of them.
Run out of active moves. And,
you just run out of them.
That's all you have in the position. You
okay, so black's bishop is not ideal, but so is your bishop on d3.
Yeah, but my bishop at least has a potential target on c4. And what's
bishop
your
a6 once.
Your target?
Sometimes bishop c8, and also with the king on f1.
Yeah, may even go for some g4, knight f5, g3.
You go here, knight goes. There is also this b5 hook, like b5 and what? You'll have to take on e6. Looks scary, right? b5, you take on b5. Black takes on d5.
It looks like black has all the ideas in the position, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also, it may be a critical game in terms of tournament standings, because Fedorkov gets some +3. I mean, he rarely loses, so +3 is like almost guaranteed to him. And this is, I mean, I think this should be enough to at least get a tie for the
in this tournament,
for the first place, yeah.
Yeah, nobody seems to be like in a super form crushing everyone, right? If anyone, that's exactly Vityugov we are talking about.
Right.
If he'll have +3 after 6 rounds,
he got a bit lucky against Fedoseev, but
yeah, that's correct.
Still, yesterday won a brilliant game, and this position looks really, really nice for black.
Okay, so that's a potential result. And Motilov Aleksandr, of course, yeah. And you were right. So I said black is unlikely to castle, and it happened in the shortest possible time. Bishop d3, and that's your answer to what to do after bishop d3. You go bishop b7, yeah, right. King h1, castles long. And queen e2. Hitting this.
And if I protect it?
Like queen c6 or something, yeah?
But I'm a bit surprised, since that, I mean, I guess taking the pawn didn't really lead anywhere, right? I mean, taking on h7.
So I have a question. If I do this, knight f6, and then swap everything, then take a6. Yeah. And if I go to f4, then my rook on g8 is hanging. So I'm unable to take that. Okay. And if I play queen c6, white can take and go to e4.
Then
maybe that's why I'm provoking. Yeah, but knight c3, I'm not so sure, because I take with the bishop. The queen's hanging, you have to swap, right? And it's bishop g7 at the end.
What, rook h2 at the end?
Ah, yeah, right. I even looked at this funny move and then thought bishop f8, rook h2, but I'm, kind of sharp tactician. I see that the rook protects the bishop, but what I don't see is that you just swap and you take on h2, and black is winning in this particular case because the knight is terrible. So here we have not exactly the same situation because more moves played, but again, so here I wanted to say, no, it's not exactly the same situation. So here in Vityagov's game, he's down on a clock, but has a good position. In Aleksandr's case, I'm not sure who has the good position, but Motilov is like half an hour behind on the clock, and he's the guy who tends to...
And looking at the clock, I don't think that's the case, in fact.
You mean something's off?
Yeah, I think he has less than an hour already, Aleksandr.
Aleksandr has less than an hour.
59 minutes.
Yeah. So that's...
Not bad at all for Motilov.
So perhaps after queen e2 was the moment where Aleksandr actually started to spend time, and as soon as he makes the move, our program will update the time. Okay, and will it be the same yet again another day, so that everything will be finished in the men's/open section and everything will be going in the women's section?
Would be the case.
That's incredible. I mean, that's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and the question to us is why Dubov, Karyakin, Grishuk, Svidler are not playing in the tournament, and also if they're helping either Magnus or Jan.
The second question is easy to answer. We don't know, and even if we would know, we would not tell.
Yeah.
That's
easy.
That's easy to answer. As for not playing, Jan doesn't play for an obvious reason, right? And the other guys, I believe, it has something to do with the Grand Swiss, where
absolutely,
very likely everyone whom you named, like Dubov, Karyakin, Grishuk, Svidler, I've talked to Pete a couple of days ago, and he said, he's going to. So Grand Swiss in Riga starts in like on 25th or 26th,
like
something.
3-4 days after this
tournament.
So, and it's kind of understandable that they find this Grand Swiss more important, because that way they can actually fight for the World Championship cycle, right?
I can tell you what the problem is. So before that, before COVID era and everything, it was a tough, kind of really packed calendar, but still it was possible to find dates that tournaments would not clash with each other and so on. But now you have like kind of extra 10 online events where everyone's playing.
Yeah. But I mean, the schedule is extremely tough, because there's a Superfinal, then the Grand Series, and 2 days after the Grand Series is finished, I think there's a huge tournament in Uzbekistan as well. Starts on the 10th of November, which I may play.
Oof. And then the match. It's only one player involved. Yeah, one player and a lot of commentators.
Right.
All right. So still no move from Kirill Aleksandr. So what did we say? Queen c6, and I was trying to convince you that I'm doing that, but you're absolutely right. You just take on c3.
D3, right?
Back to d3. And say g7 is hanging. Yeah? Yeah,
interesting position. Like,
those will be
not a typical Sicilian at all, right?
Yeah, not easy to tell. I mean, not easy to figure out what actually are good squares for the pieces. I mean, what do you want with black and so on?
Yeah, maybe just play f6, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like f6, I probably want to play f4. Now,
Or
even
h5,
briefly
yeah.
considered this, but I'm not sure if it's that great in reality. Maybe it is.
Maybe
You have like a lot of central pawns.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm moving this thing somewhere.
e5.
This you're actually not taking the bishop for now, yeah. The knight on
Well,
f4
it
is
actually
good,
depends
yeah.
where you go. The queen, if
Yeah,
queen
yeah.
f2, I have knight h3 as well, right?
Yeah, as I go in g4, you have e5, yeah. But you can also take, in fact, yeah, takes. Who knows? This was kind of the position. I wasn't sure if it's that good because you're kind of still somewhat tied down to g7. And maybe you don't take. Maybe you play e5. You know, e5, bishop e3, knight e6.
I don't have to take on h5, right? I mean, that's one
And
of the options.
we don't have to think in this
I
position.
actually-
Let's leave Aleksandr.
Right, but I don't really understand why does white want to play f4 there? What's the idea of f4?
Why white wants to play f4? No. Wait. So it was this. I'm taking an f6. Why I play f4? Because it's a pawn. I'm moving it forward.
You can play h4.
To play h4, it's also a pawn. Yeah, I agree. g5, if anything. If I want to apply pressure on this structure, maybe actually what I have to do is some g5, but then e5.
E5,
Yeah, maybe I'm afraid of your e5. That's why I'm playing f4. Okay, found an excuse to play f4.
All right. Yeah, I mean this is a mess.
Right. Just figured out, I mean, once again, it's probably irrelevant, but e5 doesn't trap the bishop. There is a safe square on h7. There is a safe square. Yeah, but it really takes Aleksandr quite some time to think about that. Still didn't play a lot. King b8. So he's fine with white capturing a6. Interesting. But then wait, take that one. I presume rook h8 happens automatically, right? Then I go back and I'm saying it's a double attack. Which might be, g7 is not that important, right?
And h2 is also hanging.
Yeah. If he takes a6, I don't know. Takes a6, maybe swap queen b7, I'll move back. It's not liking white's chances, I mean. King b8. Just take the pawn, Alex. Take the pawn.
Some pawn.
Yeah, one of the pawns. All right, so some development in Matlakov's game against Predke. Knight b4, rook a3, d5, e5, and knight e4. So it is still a pawn sacrifice, right?
I think so.
But here at least it's understandable what black wants.
Yeah, I guess.
Sort of.
I'll just blockade on the light squares. A5.
Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah, one thing is to block, and the other thing, I mean, if I only want to draw, could it be that c5? C5 could be the move, strangely. C5 could be the move. Because there were examples for sure, like this pawn's getting exchanged, your pawn up, and you can't do anything.
Yeah, but this way I'm a bit scared of a move like knight h4.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I'd be looking for with white, because I have nearly all the pieces pointed towards the king, right? Sorry. Rook on a3 not being an exception. I have a feeling that this position is about to explode somehow. Somehow, yeah. Okay, so one more time. We take everything. Bishop, rook, knight. It's this.
Rook.
D3, B3. B3 maybe, to stop potential rook B1 as well. B3. I don't see how it is equal.
Maybe just queen d7.
Yeah, maybe just play it. Yeah, maybe just play it. But it's not that it's equal, right? Trade bishop d. Just bishop d2.
Queen a4. You can still go rook b1.
Yeah, but no. Trade e6, knight e5 is something. Yeah, bishop d2.
But I feel like the compensation is real here.
Queen f5, some rook e1, queen d3. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
But if white wants to fight for anything, he has to take off him.
You know what? He can play rook e3, a to e3. That's the other thing.
C5 must work, I think.
C5.
Or not really.
5. Can't make it work still. E6 now. 6. I don't know what I want here.
You want to grab the pawn?
I want to checkmate this king, but I don't know how to do it.
I mean, sometimes they sack an exchange in such situations, but this is not the case.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I was thinking. I mean, that's was it Anand Swidler from Moscow Candidates, as well as a few other games, but where somehow, you take knight e4 and then rook e4. But I think the difference was that, the rook is kind of on a8, so that when your rook is taken, you take with the bishop. It's sort of a tempo and so on. Right. So this is still not clear how this develops. This is clear how this will develop. It will be a long game. Pankratov with Vityugov, after king h8, knight h2 was played knight to e5 and knight g4. So now black can swap the knights as well. So white basically plays for
he's trying to
for
escape
equality.
For sure.
Yeah. The question is if he's able to. Like if I take g4 and go b5. Take g4. Yeah, I don't know why why I want to go b5, but I mean, just using the fact that white is not fully coordinated for the time being.
But I have rook h3 in some lines.
Rook f3, right? I'll take the pawn. And then you return back and you go e5, yeah. That's something that...
b5, I think I only want to play
if you're sure it works.
if I'm sure it's good, yeah. Yeah, queen f4 actually makes sense.
So white's never better, basically.
Then I
White's
go after the h-pawn somehow.
White's never better. The question is if white ever is
Although
worse here.
Yeah, there's always a4, a5 stuff, right? Which could be,
If he's ever worse here, so maybe not much can be done. It's interesting that Video was thinking, what are the alternatives? Like queen f4 now, so that when you take, queen takes and kind of keep more pieces on the board. Maybe that's the trick. Yeah, queen f4, and if we swap, maybe f5 is something that black might consider.
I mean, there is something to think about.
Yeah,
it's not
certainly.
like he has to take on g4, right?
So now our for Pankratov, and how many? 26 or so minutes for Nikita Vityugov. Okay, let's check the ladies. It seems that no one has made a single move in the women's tournament. What's going on? What is going on? Bishop e3.
2 moves.
I mean,
3 moves.
this takes you 5 seconds. You identify, okay, that's the bishop, it goes on diagonals, it attacks the queen, and you play. Bishop f4, attacking d6, okay, b5, the bishop's attacked, you move it away. All that has taken about an hour, this sequence.
Well, they're deep players, so...
Yeah. Now, black has a move with the tempo.
Which should be played in seconds, I think.
Yeah, with all seriousness, bishop e6, it's hard to stop yourself from playing bishop e6, right? I mean,
and she will play it, but she will probably spend like 5 minutes or so, but she will play it.
Yeah, okay. So, it's once again in one of those games that over its position, it doesn't look any promising, and I don't think it's her strongest side of your play. So to get good position from the opening, something. Yeah, but with all the the criticism that we came up with yesterday, like she's nervous and so on and so on. It seems to be like on the 4th hour of play, 5th hour of play, she's holding the tension better than her opponent.
Yeah, she's the most stable one. Yeah. Well, I mean, even this position, it's definitely not worse for white, I think.
Yeah. And there is some tension involved, yeah. So
I think the problem with bishop e6 could be that white goes back and then knight d4.
Oh yeah, and one day some knight d4 might. Yeah, okay. So let them think. At least maybe they're getting into time trouble, and there'll be some excitement. Just go one by one here. Let me see. Rook b8 is what we've seen. Queen d2, and black for some reason rushes with b4. Okay. C takes, rook takes. To be fair, we were talking a5, yeah, but a5, a3, and it's a big question if you'll have a better moment for b4, right? So you'll play b4, and it'll be more or less the same, but without a pawns, which I think benefits black in this position. I mean, seems that he's stronger on the queen side. So maybe what she did was just fine. Knight takes g6, a g6, rook a to b1.
Yeah, I guess it still looks fine for black, but I'm not sure. We don't have to play b4 immediately. I mean, even after a5, a3, we can still
to queen d2, you
queen
can
c7,
castles, connect the rooks and so on. Yeah, fair enough. All right, so in current position, Maybe you do this, and then swap everything, and rook b1, you go back. Yeah. Okay, let them think. 38 minutes, move 19. I don't know, I have a feeling that it develops so slowly. I mean, I don't have the explanation, but it seems that it develops so slowly. Gunina Pogonina, once again. Knight on e5, knight f8, rook a2, knight g6, h4, and then after spending 2 tempi and half an hour on the clock, she finally takes.
Well, but she brings the knight to e7, where it's definitely better than on d7, right? I'm honestly confused by the move rook a2. Because I think if black goes rook a8, you're not planning to play rook a1, right?
It's weird. It's not like you're fighting for the, for the closed A file, right? Which black decides when to open.
Yeah. So a good question in the chat: which tournament is stronger, the Russian Superfinal or the U.S. Championship? And as far as I remember, they have almost the same average rating.
Interesting.
Almost the same. And we should also, of course, consider that there is Fabi and Wesley in the U.S. Championship. And we, unfortunately, don't have our best players in the field.
Who would be, actually, I don't know, Grishuk, Jan,
all these guys.
So we can look at this like two ways. The best, let's imagine, I don't know, it's million, billion prize fund, and we gather literally all the best by rating, and then it'd be still comparable, right?
With 12 players, I don't
with
think
12,
so.
With 12 players, Russian will be higher,
much stronger, yeah.
Higher rated and probably stronger, yeah, indeed.
Because in the U.S. Championship, I think there's only Hikaru missing.
In fact, yeah.
Everyone else is playing, and they still have the same average rating.
Yeah, so it falls off pretty quickly.
Yeah,
for 12 players. Yeah, you're right.
But it would be very interesting to have a what's it called, like Shimanov team tournament.
You mean so
like
each guy
12.
from one team plays every guy from the other team. So
Right.
that would be a monstrous event because it takes you. Yeah, but that'd be interesting.
Forever,
that'd be
but
interesting.
Considering that the average rating is more or less the same, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I think women's is, like, even though once again in the Russian Superfinal it's not the most representative, like Kostyuk's missing, Laknov's missing from the top of my head,
Right.
but still, right? I think women's tournament
women's
is
much stronger, of course,
incomparable.
Somehow there are not that many female players changing the situation, unlike the male, unlike the men.
Yeah. By the way, why don't you play in the U.S. Championship?
Because I'm representing Russia. Yeah, a better question would be why I'm not playing here, but the answer is simple. I failed to qualify,
So for some reason I thought you've changed the federation. No, never. Yeah.
Never. And as for now, with my rating, I wouldn't qualify for the U.S. Championship as well. So no real point for me to change that.
So, okay. While we were discussing irrelevant things, important but irrelevant to the game, what has happened? Exchange on e5, rook b8, rook b2, indeed. A-B, and exactly as we said, right? So black has the A file and has nothing to do on it.
No, but on the other hand, I really like what Natalia did. So she brought the knight to e7. Now if knight d4, I think knight f5 happens instantly, right?
Yeah, but actually, if I'm a clever positional player, maybe I start with this.
Knight d4 has been played, so which doesn't look that clever, right?
D4. Unless you made sure that you exchange and go e6 and it works. Because if it doesn't, you just give away your advantage, right?
Just g6 after.
Wait. Maybe I can do this or this. and then still somehow have g4 and kick this knight
Rook
away.
a4, I mean, there are
You
tricks.
start
Actually, Rook a3, Rook takes b3 could be a
start
threat as
being
well.
very annoying with this knight on f5. Yeah, exactly. That's what we were discussing somewhere when the knight was only played on e5. Yes, so you take, and this knight is utterly stupid.
Right.
And she spent some time, but she's got it to much better square. And Gunina, yeah, I'd say she's playing a little bit too straightforward to my taste. I mean, in this game, yeah, like knight d4. But can you believe that this will be?
I don't believe. I mean, I think only white can be worse. Actually, I mean,
Really?
Probably not, but
Yeah, right. I mean, after all, it's the deep one.
it's like, yeah, sort of.
You can also swap. Can you? Nah.
Why
It's
not?
better not to, right?
Rook a1 immediately.
Rook a1 immediately, which would be my, like a move I would play using the understanding, right? So my rooks on a file are not that useful. Maybe I want to exchange one rook. If knight f5 wouldn't be available, of course.
Right. I mean, maybe she still has that option on the next move. So
Because this you claim
Knight
you have
G6,
knight g6 attacking both. Yeah, and wait a second. I mean, it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. Knight g6. You'll take. Yeah, you'll take. I wanted to highlight that technically the knight is kind of trapped, but you have g5, and moreover here, of course, you take on e1.
and knight d3. Yeah.
So rook a1. What do? We take. Right. Probably. Just take on a1, king
Takes,
g2.
king g2. Then I think your plan is actually to play knight queen a7. I mean, considering how quickly she played rook a1,
So maybe she just wants the a file.
she just wants to a file, and maybe that's okay too. But still, knight f5 feels right.
Yeah, knight a5 felt to the point, yeah. All right, so let's move to... At least this game started to move a bit, because we still have, like here, 17 moves. Shuvalova with b, 17 moves. Queen c8. Okay, white says, I don't care where the queen goes, I still play my thing. So queen c5 now. No mystery why queen c8 was better than queen c7.
I mean, if Alina wins the game, we may have her for an interview.
And we'll ask, yeah. Rook a to d8, a3, a6, and bishop d2.
I mean, I'm just thinking
yeah.
that if I had to guess the white's last two moves, and black's move as well, I would never be able
Yeah,
to.
like they spend a lot of time, and I'm not sure if...
Like, well, why not this standard h4, h5 stuff?
Yeah, white, I mean, you do Pushkin, right? You just push these guys.
I mean, maybe she wants to play g4.
Yeah, I mean, bishop d2, it's a threat, in fact.
Is it? Queen c7?
Yeah.
Like you win the pawn, maybe. Okay, on a6.
I mean, it's the threat of bishop b4 is the threat of capturing the queen on c5. I'm thinking
Okay.
in these terms, in
All right.
these categories. Yeah. Seriously, maybe bishop c3. You'll play knight d5 immediately. I'm a little bit puzzled with.
Play b5, I think. Is that her move?
Yeah, black just played b5.
Oh, it's time to go for g4, I think. What else is there? Queen, bishop b4 doesn't really lead
Yeah,
anywhere.
and probably you keep the dice with bishop. You don't do this, right?
Yeah, I mean, exchanging doesn't make much sense here.
All right, so
Looks double-edged.
looks double-edged. Giria with Garifulina does not look double-edged. Knight e6, Giria captured on e6, and also she's down to 25 minutes. Bishop b2, knight d5.
Feels a bit shaky for white, right?
And for black.
And for black. But, I mean, if I had to choose, I would probably choose black, but yeah. And like with some precise play. That
How about famous Laska combination?
How do you
do that?
How do you do that? Yeah.
How do you do that? Like 95. I mean, that's what I would be tempted to do.
How do you take on G7?
I don't. I just take on H7, go Queen H5, play Rook D1, and that's not how chess works. That is not how chess works. Yeah, so Queen D2, not only protecting A3, but also covering also covering F4. I think that's why, because Queen D2 feels a bit awkward, right?
Yeah.
But perhaps that's the point, because Knight D5, A3, you're not very happy to see this knight on F4, I'm guessing. But again, like, both of them, like, they play the opening quickly, and then, you know, next few moves, like,
that's a mystery.
Use all the time, and so on.
It doesn't feel like they coming up with some, you know, really unexpected ideas or something. Still the same natural moves, but just spending like 20 minutes instead of 2.
Gusev is Kashlinskaya. Well, at least here, I mean, something is going on, and this is kind of calculation intense position, right? So here I do approve like spending time, because you basically decide on how this position, how the structure shapes up. Knight E1, E4, there's bishop F6. Rook A3, Queen E7. Bit surprised the knight is left on G4, but it's not like you can take it, yeah? It's not like you can take it. The knight
you probably don't want to, but F3 an option?
Nah.
If I take
E3, then bishop E5, Queen A. F4 still there, yeah. Just take. You're a King's Indian player. You should help me out. I mean, how do we?
Well, as a King's Indian player, I don't feel like
the position
Black has enough here.
Yeah. The position is not yet ready for such a serious measures. Yeah, F3, and it's actually critical, because if I take, which I might end up doing, that white is relatively safe, yeah? Regrettably, I will have to take with the bishop. Ideally, I would prefer knight takes, but okay, bishop takes, I have squares. Rook from A3 joins if needed.
I mean, knight A3 is a bit annoying here.
Knight A3,
yeah?
Yeah. Gotta take, go, and then knight on B3 is pinned. It's...
Not that it's just pinned, but we never want to exchange that dark square bishop in such positions, right? Yeah, and this actually doesn't look good at all for white.
So that must be why Gusev spends time. Must be why Gusev spends time. And finally, Ovud's position with Galyamov. After bishop f1, Galyamov eventually goes d5 without bishop e6. E takes, knight takes, and bishop to e5.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not really familiar with the games of Ovud. I must admit that, but looks like she always tries to get a safer position.
Kind of simplified.
Likes playing the end games. And
honestly, I have to say, I think white is better here. I mean, not much, but the fact that, I mean, those little things, like the fact that I'll have a4 at some point, right? How do you develop the bishop? Like, what's the next move for black, right? Because bishop g4, I'll take go knight e5. Yeah, bishop e6, I'll take go knight d4. And always some little tricks.
Yeah.
So it's not much, but it's a pleasant position with some pressure.
I agree. And Gunin, I think, had a pleasant position as well, as far as I remember. Oh,
Yeah,
maybe not that pleasant.
It's tricky, yeah. So she swaps, goes king g2. Still knight f5 is not played, rook a4. And this is where you go g4, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is where you go g4.
I mean, now it's not... I mean, at least doesn't look as good as it was like 5 moves ago, but...
Yeah, like if I'm on time to play h5... Because I thought maybe h5 is what I'm worried about. Or you just take on f5 and say that those pawns are extra pawns.
Yeah. H6, get some attack.
Yeah, so if black is unable to play h5, I'm still worried about black's position because, yeah, it's like knight g6, I have king g3, rook a3, f3, and yeah.
Queen e7 though?
Queen e7, queen h2, and I'm almost there, yeah?
This is...
Time to go f6.
Time to go f6, yeah. Time to open it up. Nice line.
I still don't see the end of it.
Queen c7.
Ah, yeah. That and that.
Queen
And
f7, queen f6, yeah.
So the king was unable to run away. The king was unable to run away.
So black is probably just fine. I mean, if white is not in time to play g4, and if you play h5, I still have that knight f5 idea. Also, maybe I can just play... Don't say g6, no g6.
Honestly, I don't know what Queen is thinking about here.
No, but maybe she wants to make g4 work, right?
5, g4, rook a2, you don't really care.
This is not what she considers.
At the very least, you go queen a7, yeah.
Oh, actually, black looks more or less fine now. I think, first of all, yeah, knight d4 is probably inaccurate. h5 is on the board. But yet it's still a very principled position in a sense. Because if we get to play g4 f5, we're probably just winning. So black needs to be precise, and she has to decide whether she wants to play knight f5 for all or not. And this is the moment. But now actually knight f5, I go knight f3, no?
Ah, yeah, right. Yes, h5 is kind of crucial, yeah? h5, I go knight back, and g4, you can't really stop. So maybe white is better after all.
Yeah,
maybe white is better after all.
But it's much less clear than it was some time ago.
Yeah, than it used to look. Okay. So, you know what? Let's quickly check for the last time the men's tournament, 4 games that are in progress, without going too much into detail, just to see what happened. So, Matlakov-Predke, e5, knight went to e4, everything was taken on e4, queen d5, and queen e2. So, as you said, black sacrificed the pawn, gets some compensation.
And in my opinion, it feels like this compensation should be enough to keep the game balanced. But probably not more than that.
Just to point out that this is possible. I don't know if it's good, but...
Rook e3?
Yeah.
Not sure what you achieved by that, right?
Attack the rook, hoping that you blunder it. Okay. So there is that. Goryachkin and Rachmanov didn't change.
At all.
And won't for next 50 moves.
But, I mean, the one thing which is interesting, that Rachmanov initially was like 20 minutes ahead on the clock, and now he's 20 minutes behind. And that's a clear sign that he doesn't really like his position, I think. I mean, if you think everything is good, you don't spend 20 moves, right? 20 minutes, on figuring out where to put the pieces.
Yeah, but exactly. I mean, this position can be... It's not like it's easy to say what white has to do, but it can be played with white. Like, I don't know, you go f3 at some point, king f2, you maybe, using the fact that the bishop's on h7, maybe you even try to open the queen side, even though it's counterintuitive, right?
Right, but maybe f3 and king f2, rook c1, knight c5, something like that.
Yeah. So you want to, basically, you are happy with any other exchange than this bishop on h7. Yes, so the more pieces you exchange, the more this absence of the bishop on h7 is felt, and you keep playing on. Okay, then Pankratov with Vityugov. Well, it's a drastic change, in fact. So exchange on g4, bishop c8, queen g3, ed5, cd5, queen e5. Thing was swapped, and then c4. I'm a little bit surprised with what Nikita did, unless he's still...
Yeah, he clearly wants to play f5, so... It does look a bit surprising, but... I mean, clearly black is still in the driver's seat here.
Maybe you just take like that, or...
And what if I take rook f5, and then just bring the king to g6, let's say?
This you swap, go rook f4. So c4 is here.
Rook f4.
Actually,
I mean, king g8, king f7 is a simple plan.
Yeah, so now Vityugov will decide what rook takes on f5, yeah. And actually in both cases, yeah, like rook takes, and indeed you want your king to be on g6, and then you move both rooks to fourth rank,
Yes.
and you pretty much win. Yeah.
I think White really needs to speed up with his counterplay and go for some a4, a5 stuff at some point.
So still problematic for White. And Motilev Aleksandr as well, spending a lot of time on every move. After king b8, the pawn on h7 was indeed taken. Bishop went back to e4. Rook c8, f4, you see, I mean, everyone plays f4.
Okay.
And bishop c5. And the knight on h5 is kind of stuck a little. I'm not sure. I start liking black in this position.
Alright, and if I take on d5,
Yes, bishop
then
takes.
I take on g7.
With the bishop.
Yeah.
Ooh. Dunno.
Now you start liking White. But I just take. Yeah. Bishop e5. And queens. Oh, not even possible.
You win, yeah? Bishop e5. No, I thought I'm smart, like I'm playing d6, but then you move the bishop and this guy is trapped. There is bishop f3, you know.
No, but I mean, even if I just take on h2, let's say.
Was there bishop f3? There was?
Bishop e5.
So it goes on and on, yeah? Bishop
Yeah,
e5.
that's a fun line, actually.
d6.
Takes on d6.
Takes on d6. Now if I take with the queen, you can take on f3.
Right.
So d6, I'm just losing the pawn for absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
So d6 doesn't make any sense. I have to take that one. Bishop,
This is just
pawn up.
not good for black, at least.
Pawn up. Yeah, confusing. Lots of tactics. So I suggest we let them figure it out. And yeah, I believe maybe take a little time off to prepare for a massive time trouble. I feel like today is going to be massive time trouble. It's more than 2 hours and a quarter into the round, and most of the games kind of got stuck around move 20.
Right.
So,
This will be messy for sure.
yeah. So, well, usually it's interesting. It feels like a slower developing round, but then, around move 40, like nearly everything finishes. So I believe that there'll be a couple of games surviving, but Garyashkina is very likely to play a long game.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really curious on what her approach to this game is, because it's clear that, against Tugov, against Isipenko. She didn't mind a draw at all. If any color doesn't matter, but here, I mean, she may think that, she also has a guy who she could see as a potential victim.
Target, yeah.
So maybe it's Rakhmanov in her case.
Yeah, exactly. So we will be back after a brief break and we'll continue with round 6.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to round 6 of Russian Superfinals. So once again, a reminder, round before the free day, a round that marks the middle of the tournament, the round that probably will clarify who is fighting for the first place and who doesn't. Okay, and I think we continue with, well, arguably the most entertaining game of today, Motilev against Aleksandr. Yeah, a reminder that we already have a couple of results. Draw for Andreikin and Yesipenko, and even quicker draw for Fedoseev and Chigayev, all the rest being in progress. In women's tournament, nothing has finished. Only one game reached move 30, Gunina and Pogonina. 20 of those moves were theoretical. So once again develops much slower. And yeah, and let's see what happens here. Motilev against Aleksandr. I think we are not that far off from what we've seen before the break. Yeah, Bishop c5, Bishop takes on g7. And if Bishop g1, White takes on h8, yeah?
Right. Then I take back. You take on d5 first?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I take on d5 and White's pawn up. Bishop d5 or g1, I don't see.
The funny thing is, I just realized that I believe Motilev is the Russian champion 2000 or something like that. 2001 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think he won the Russian championship 20 years ago. So
wow.
Yeah, so he's not a stranger in this event.
So Bishop g7. What else? I'll still take this as a... Is rook h5 ever a move? Like rook h5, let's pretend you don't care. You take it and maybe knight f4. And bishop e4 and bishop g1. Or it's not possible. This I cannot do, right? This I cannot do because bishop e5. I mean, I cannot take cannot take on g1 and therefore probably cannot go for this line. Maybe I take on g1 here.
Pawn looks so scary.
You take on b6.
C2 is hanging.
Yeah. What's going on?
Take on g1, I guess?
Take on g1. Once again, I cannot take this because you take back and then bishop e5 check. Yeah, the h-pawn. The h-pawn is actually
Right,
good.
how about
Knight
h5?
h5.
Yeah. Knight h5 is a funny... Oh, but then I take... I can take, right? Yeah, that's the thing here. I mean, I can take on b7.
Yeah, never can take on b7 because queen c2. And bishop takes g1 is played. Bishop takes g1 is played. We said bishop takes h8.
Makes sense, yeah.
But the ram moves like knight e3. No, knight e3, bishop b7, knight d1, bishop... Knight e3. But knight e3. Again, I'm blundering bishop e5, yeah?
You are?
Takes.
Take on g1, right?
I just take on g1. it's a little material imparity here. Yeah. Never been good at counting the pieces.
So there's a question for you specifically. What do you think of the Georgian women's chess phenomenon? Or is this a question for Bariev?
Probably it is a question for Bariev. Yeah, it's like you probably referring to the times that I'd say I wasn't around. So Georgian women's chess phenomenon, like if we are talking Gaprindashvili and then Chiburdanidze and so on, because there was kind of a later development. Yeah, they still they kind of traditionally had and still have a very strong women's team. Right. And the men team is, I mean, it's good, but not as good.
Yeah, as strong. Yeah,
not as good in comparison. So, yeah, partially.
But I'm not even sure why it's such a surprising thing, because so Gaprindashvili was the first one, right? And then there are a lot of girls in Georgia. I guess they just see
kind of a role model thing.
Yeah, exactly. That role model, and then there's Chiburdanidze as well, and everyone wants to be a chess player. So it's not a surprising thing that there are a lot of strong female chess players in Georgia.
Right, so Nana Dzagnidze is still around. I believe they have kind of younger talents as well. So that, I mean, they still have like whenever it's an Olympiad.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not always like in top 5, but they're always contender, to fight for the medals.
I think they they maybe not always in top 3, but in top 5. I think they more
almost for sure. Yeah, almost for sure. Yeah. Okay. So now in this game there'll be a lot of captures, it seems, and we still did not find
anything clear for black, right?
Yeah, any acceptable line for black.
I mean, maybe he just wants to give up that pawn and say...
wait, if I take this guy again...
Even then, say I take on d5, maybe rook h8... No, rook h8 you piece down, right? So...
take on d5, yeah, but that was the trick. Yeah, take on d5, play bishop e5, d6, and move the bishop. And this guy, and bishop f3. This is exactly how I.
And I was saying that we can just take on d6, take on h2, and looks like a.
Bishop d5, bishop d5. This. No, that bishop a2 at the end.
Ooh, okay, so
this is.
I take on h2 at once, I think.
Like not taking on d5, yeah? Bishop h2, queen takes h2.
No, I was actually referring to bishop d5, bishop d5, bishop e5, d6, and then
h2. And now you take on h2. Yeah. But this is unclear, maybe.
I mean, I know it is, but
bishop e4,
rook d2. Let's
rook
say.
d2, maybe. Yeah, maybe you keep it. You keep it now. This is something that black possibly has enough compensation, right? I mean, it's one of those cases. Like, even if we swap the rooks, knight f6, bishop g6...
I mean, with the pawn on b7, I would believe that this is full compensation. I mean, the king is kind of weak, so maybe it's not bad at all, but, I mean, if anyone is better, it's white, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I just wanted to, I don't know, illustrate something. So some line like that.
I mean, king c1, I think.
King c1. Let's say take.
Oh, sorry. Here you can actually take on.
I can take on e5.
Knight f6 instead of king c. Oh, but then queen c2, right?
Yeah, maybe after rook d8, it's surprisingly not that easy, because if you maybe you have to take.
Take king c1, yeah.
And king c1, queen g5, queen f4, right? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Aleksandr is the one who is thinking after bishop h8.
He doesn't have that much time left, so it's moved.
Yeah. One of those sharp games when you spend a lot of time calculating, and then the rest of it you play with just seconds on the clock.
And actually, I talked to Madlov briefly yesterday, and he said that he didn't actually want to repeat. You remember yesterday's game against Madlakov?
Mm-hmm.
But then, he repeated twice, and I think the third time he was somehow forced to repeat, and so it was kind of an accident. Yeah. Although he wasn't, I mean, at least according to the engine, he wasn't better in the final position.
Okay, so that one is pretty sharp, and Aleksandr is visibly nervous, I have to say. So it started very well for Kirill Aleksandr, but then he lost a painful game against Dmitry Andreikin
Right.
with black, right? Then yesterday it was a draw against Pavel Pankratov, and perhaps also a little bit disappointing. Now is a critical game, yeah, right? I mean, even if, like, say, you make a draw, is okay, +1 fighting, but if you're back at 50% and in the last 3 games you scored only half a point, it's really hard to shape up.
Unpleasant, yeah, and I mean, at this point, he's definitely happy with a draw here in this game.
So what? Check something else or wait for him to?
Right,
Yeah,
I mean, let's check something else.
let's check
He
other
still
games,
has
yeah.
some time.
Pankratov with Vityugov changed quite a bit. Rook FF5 indeed played, so we've entered 4 rooks ending. Vityugov, by the way, is like on 6 minutes. King F2, King F7, so F3, King F2 probably is the right thing to do, so at least you've kind of covered one of the squares on the 4th rank. Okay, not really covered, I mean, black can play Rook E4, right? But white, as you said, yeah, white needs counterplay of his own, and that's exactly what he does. A5, B takes A5, A1, E7, this, and King G6. Well, see, I'm not sure about this Rook E7 business.
Then you protect the pawn, right?
Yeah, I understand, but are you really like this A7 pawn? I mean, I understand it's better to keep it alive, but at the same time, I don't see this pawn like winning black the game. So you still will need to shift. So maybe like waiting for the right moment, and then you're still shifting to attack the C4.
But if you lose A7, the rook gets to G7 as well, right? That's the thing here. It's not about the pawn, but it's about the 7th rank, I think.
Rook A6. But is he better at all? I mean, that'd be my question.
That's not clear at all. Looks like, I mean, 2 things. First of all, great defense by Pankratov. Secondly, you know, when you have no time, you kind of want to play it a bit safer than usual. And looks like this way, 7. Yeah, I don't think black is better anymore. And Rook A1 at least, right?
Yeah, I think it's good enough, right? Rook A1, if King H6, just take on A7, and who's better? Yeah, Rook F4 or Rook D7, just a draw. So after all, maybe it's just only good enough for a draw. Goryachkina with Rachmanov. Okay, Goryachkina is trying. The bishop moves to H7 and back to G6. That's most of what keeps black busy.
Yeah, but also that's kind of standard for this line. You just set up what you think is a perfect position, and then you just play bishop H7, bishop G6, repeat. It's still really hard for white to make progress, right?
Right.
Although now she's pointing out that A4 is also a potential weakness, right? With this knight C3, bishop D1 setup. And now black's rooks have to protect that pawn. Just not the job you want for that rook.
You know, it's like, it's really strange, this line. And now I just thought that it's like black is trying to claim that the board is not wide enough. Like, that's your first weakness. That's your kind of, there, bishop on G6, kind of a second weakness. But there is still no part of the board where white wants to open up the position. So imagine there is like 5 more rows of pawns, and somewhere on the right, on the far right, you're opening the files, and then you win.
One more would be enough. Yeah.
Then you win. Yeah, maybe like H and then what, I pawn, and then you start moving the I pawn, and maybe you win. Yeah. No, but really, it looks like a strange, weird-looking fortress from black's perspective.
But that's a very normal thing for this line. Yeah.
Okay. Meanwhile, Kashlinska just won.
Straightforward.
Very quickly. Queen E7, Queen C1, Bishop E5, G3, F4, G takes, knight takes h2, king takes h2, and then rook f4. Beautiful.
Beautiful it is.
Bishop takes, check on h4, bishop f4, black wins. Here, if you take this, how does black win?
Queen knight f3.
Maybe knight f3, knight takes... Oh, wait. Maybe bishop takes, pawn takes e6, so that at least this rook is not joining, the bishop is not joining for now.
Queen h4.
Queen h4, still no checkmate threat. There is, yeah?
Yeah, I guess I just want to go queen g4, rook f5.
You mean so I take, but it's not
Queen g4,
enough
yeah,
because it's a
yeah.
check. Yeah. Check and takes, and if I move the knight to a1, it's queen h3, and otherwise it's rook h3 checkmate, checkmate in one. Yeah, probably if she played knight h2, it was well calculated. But king h2, yeah, just lost. So something happens to Marina Guseva, she kind of falls apart, doesn't hold attention.
Yeah, and then knight on b3 is a sad witness of the king side attack.
Yep. Alrighty, so that's finished. Something else we didn't check from the men's tournament. Matlakov with Pretke, yeah. The one with the pawn sacrifice. Queen e2, rook e6, bishop to d2, and rook to b5. I don't know what's that.
We attacked the pawn e5, I think.
I mean, not the move, but how do you evaluate the position? Rook e6 is cool, by the way. Rook e6 is cool, so that h6 protected, a6 protected in some cases. Yeah, you can play rook g6. Black rook on 6th rank really does a lot.
Yeah, but still doesn't feel that black is fighting for anything more than just
equality.
Equality. Rook c3. Actually,
rook to c3.
why not?
Yeah, targeting this guy. Targeting this guy.
Also, I think knight h4 at some point is still an unpleasant idea for black.
Yeah. So you want this knight on some dark square, like e3 or f4 ideally, right? And knight h4, knight f5. Maybe you don't even play knight e3. I mean, if your knight ends up on f5, you just go for an attack.
Yeah, rook g3, rook g4.
Yeah. So rook c3, not clear what black does. The pawn on c7 is an important pawn. Queen b7. Queen b7, so that to have knight d5. Might be some tactic here.
But the thing is, like, even with queen b7, you move more and more
away from
the
yeah,
king
yeah.
side,
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, especially after queen b7, you just probably go in.
And rook g3,
this and then this, yeah, and you just say white is too many. Yeah.
Like basically everyone is attacking, so yeah.
Maybe knight c6 back.
Oh.
So at least I'm holding you, not letting you play knight h4. Queen c4.
Rook is hanging. Yes.
Yeah. I thought, I felt like something is wrong about this queen c4.
Yeah. Maybe rook g4 first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so really, it's not an easy to navigate position, and they're both getting low and low on time.
Still not a huge time trouble, but we may see some.
Yeah, let's move 25 and imagine. I mean, on every move, decision has to be taken. Ooh. Pankratov and Vityugov more and more moves. Rook, wait a second, rook d7, rook to c6, rook f8, king g3, king f5.
I'm 99%
who does what?
sure that white is playing for a win now.
Who does what? Rook e1, maybe?
Yeah.
Rook
I mean, it
f6,
still doesn't really lead anywhere.
Rook f6, though, yeah. Both are playing for a win.
So what are the rules here? You cannot offer a draw, right? To move
Till move 40, yeah. So it has to be like a repetition or what? A perpetual check. And that's it. Which is, yeah. One of the cases of repetition. Okay, let's check ladies' tournaments. One game finished. Gunina with Pogonina getting closer and closer to time control. They've swapped another pair of h5, knight f5, knight f3 indeed. Yeah, queen d8, queen d3, h6, king h3, covering h4. Clever. White goes rook b1, black exchanges. This, g4 and queen a3. What's that? Oh, yeah. Queen a3, king g2 back, right?
Mm-hmm. And it has been played, yeah. Knight goes back, and then f5 apparently is the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Queen c3, right?
Yeah, so queen is annoying a bit.
At first, I didn't really like the rook's exchange for black, but maybe, if she gets to activate the queen, then it's still good. Actually, d4 might be really annoying on the next move.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Could it be that white actually had to wait with g4 and maybe cover some squares? I mean, you can't cover all of them, but maybe you can do queen b2, queen a4, this.
Queen d1.
Still queen d1, yeah. That's king g2 and knight e7 and no knight d4 still, yeah.
This feels like black is maybe even more than fine now. D4, knight d5, this kind of stuff may...
Yeah, there's also queen c3, d4, yeah.
Queen c3 is a simple move, but d4 is an idea as well, I think.
And you know what, there is a feeling at least that Gunina is one of those players who are likely, how to say, kind of not being able to readjust when it's needed. Somewhere around, I don't know, in this case here, for instance, you're getting the impression that I'll be slightly better till the end of the game, I'll never lose, and I'll push and push and push. And now you can clearly see, if black plays a couple of moves more, you're in danger, because knight gets to d5, attacks everything. Your king is somewhat weak. So she really needs to find the precise way so that at least white is not at risk of getting in trouble. What else? We still have, in Shuvalova with Bivol, we still have only 23 moves played. Can you believe it?
And a fun position.
And a fun position, yeah. After b5, there was f4. Okay. Queen b6, g4, finally going in right direction. This, and then white proceeded with a very nice
brilliancy
trick. This, rook takes d7. And that would be a very beautiful combination, because both bishops are hanging. But it seems that white overlooked queen, bishop h4. I don't see it. I don't see what to do.
Rook d1?
I'm moving the other bishop, no? Have two bishops for a rook. d1, okay, bishop d5. You mean there is still...
g5?
g5, yes, and queen h5 is the threat, yeah? Well, maybe. Rook d1 played.
That looks very, very dangerous for black.
Maybe I should put it on c6 with the tempo. Yeah, you have rook d6, yeah? Yeah, maybe it's still very messy. So that, you say g5. What's the material? Now you have rook and the pawn. And queen h5 is the big threat. And if I play g6,
F5.
That's the move I want to play myself, even though maybe that's not the best idea, but
Can be too bad, I think.
five, yeah. Okay. But how come they still have time? I don't understand. That's a different game. That's Pogonina's game, which is on the screen, right? Now here, I think that they'll be thinking forever. I mean, Gunina will be thinking forever because the position is...
Yeah, because now she probably feels that something went wrong.
Something's off, and she still has half an hour. Okay, Shuvalova Bivol, I agree. I've just misjudged it, and it's probably still very dangerous for black. Yeah, Bishop D5, G5.
Yeah, and if King J, just go Queen H5, G6, and it's an immediate win for white, right? Bishop D4, yeah. Okay.
Bishop D4. Well, I mean, you
I can do
probably
whatever.
you can call it an immediate win
Yeah,
for white, even though this win will take some time, but it is a winning position, right?
In the chat, we have a question.
Yep.
Michael, what's the evaluation?
So, yeah, greetings from...
We actually, for the people in the chat, we got to meet the great Michael Scofield. Yeah.
Okay. So ED1, Bivol is thinking. Yeah, let me check the other games. Bodnaruk is... What is that? What is that? This is not Botvinnik Bronstein, right? Two bishops are not stronger than two knights here. Not at all. Oh, okay.
Especially when it's
only one
left.
bishop. But it's a draw, isn't it? Or not necessarily.
I think I bring the king to a6, play b4. I mean, I'm not sure at all if it's a draw.
Before A4 and
but
yeah,
I'm not
but
refraining much,
yeah,
right?
that's the trick because this is still a pawn. I thought my only worry is to block the king side, but I'm doing it easily with this, right?
g4, g5.
And g4, maybe I don't play g5 so that you won't put the knight on the fire, but just g4 if king gets to h6, I'll play g4.
But black will play this forever.
Yeah, black
this is actually, remember we talked about our longest games, and this reminds me of my longest one against Ipatov. So I tried for like 180 moves. G4.
G4 is okay.
You will like it. F6.
G4 is okay.
Or like I'm not really throwing anything.
Yeah, F takes, yeah. Not much. I'm actually not sure what happens there at all. Maybe it's just a draw after all.
Okay, so F6, what's your move?
Or,
try
I mean,
G5?
just G5 here, you're right.
Oh, but you can take and play F5, right?
F5.
Probably
Yeah.
not good.
Keep you with two G pawns, yeah. Yeah, I think it's got to be a draw somehow. And one more important game is Ovod Galyamova, yeah? One.
Ovod.
And Ovod
down, as always.
will play the endgame, as we said, yeah? Bishop to b7. It's not such a pleasant position for black, I have to say. Okay, c1. Yeah, c6 is a target. Knight d3. f3. You can deny. I mean, whenever it's an endgame, she knows her stuff. Yeah.
And as for now, it looks like she's the most probable leader for the rest day.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare, so it's from the judging from the position, it's much more likely that Ovod wins this, yeah,
Yeah, compared
than
to Gunina's
Gunina
position,
winning against Pagonina, because Gunina's game f5 actually happened, and Black went Queen c3. So no f6 yet, because just takes twice. Queen still controls f6, and the very next move d4 and if f6, knight goes to d5. Could it be that White's actually in a big trouble? I mean, not only like in trouble, but in a big trouble.
Well, very well could be. I mean, it's all about the king safety here. I think Black's king is actually much safer. Moreover, we have this d5 pawn, which is actually passed pawn. D4, g3, d2. I mean, we only need 3 moves, right?
Yeah. No, I think, yeah, like d4, knight d5, and also you start having some,
Yeah, so as I said, the
having
king
some
safety here
threats.
is an issue.
So what to do remains to be answered. Yeah, like maybe it's, maybe just takes and
Queen
play
e1. But no, take on
Queen
d4.
e1. Queen e1. You go d4, Queen e4, right?
But now I just take knight d4. I think it should be holdable.
D4, yeah, if you take go knight d4, knight d5?
Knight c2.
c2, check. You're on time, yeah? King g3. If I'll continue doing something like that, you'll actually win,
It's
yeah.
not looking good, yeah.
You'll actually win. Okay. But anyway, seems Black cannot be worse here. And this is it, or what is better, and to move 27, okay, maybe somehow they don't make it to the time control. Maybe this happens.
No, Galemo
No way.
will hold for how many moves there?
80. She'll hold for 80 moves, and then something will happen, and we don't know the result, but we know it will be a long game. So next game to reach move 40 to... no, already Giri and Galifurina. I completely forgotten this game exists.
And for
And there was, yeah, we are not missing a ton in this game. And who's playing? I mean, why do you play this again?
I mean, Black is playing, I guess. I don't have an
Yeah,
answer
right.
for the second question.
Yeah, Black is playing because Black is more active. Yes, agreed. It's one of the, I mean, it's always like I'm saying, like I can't imagine White losing, and then White ends up losing. But so I'll say it again. I can't imagine how does White lose this position. H4, yeah, by capturing on H4. Yeah, I really.
Well, win the f4 pawn now, don't they?
So what's
Is
then?
that-
Yeah. I mean, I'll just move the bishop here and here
This
and
is
here and there.
really unclear. Black has great chances here. I think.
Black has great chances. Okay. Interestingly, this loses completely because Rook F. No, wait. Rook F2, Rook B1. Maybe I'm holding.
Right. Rook g1 also.
Rook G1 as well. King H6 and yeah. Bishop F2. Yeah, I mean Bishop F2 should be winning. Even this, I mean, I'm sure this is a draw. I mean, if we remove those pawns, it's a draw. And even
I mean,
though
it's a very tricky one still, I think. But yeah, probably it is.
I mean, okay,
You don't go for it anyways.
let me.
Well, you just...
They've agreed a draw. Yeah. Thank you very much, ladies.
Oh, but Rook e1, Rook e2 happened.
Thank you very much, ladies. I mean, knowledge. I've claimed that I know how to make this draw. I'll show.
There's some
Check
bishop h1, I
here.
remember.
Yeah. And you basically you keep the bishop on these two squares,
Yeah.
which is cool.
There's some like no game, I think. As far as I remember.
Could be. Oop. Foreign. Coming back.
Coming back quickly. So, yeah, actually taking this pawn turned out to be a mistake, right? So then, yeah, the rook comes to e2 and there's nothing to attack anymore.
Yeah. So they've just agreed a draw. And now it's 2-2 in terms of finished games. Right. And in the latest tournament, 4 games going. Yeah, Shuvalova Bivol. I can't believe it's still only move 24. Right. By the way, we are still showing Bodnaruk's game, but I don't know what exactly to analyze in this endgame. Yeah. Bishop c6. Why bishop c6 is different? If it's different.
I mean, I guess we want to claim that the rook on d6 is worse than the rook on d7.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it doesn't make much difference, but let's say compared to the line
Oh, yeah.
where white
somewhere
was made in black's game, here's probably not the case anymore.
Like, even a move like queen c7.
No, but now I just take queen h5.
You take on d5, yeah. I understand. So I still need this.
So,
And yeah, and now queen h5, I'm running away, yeah?
maybe I should go g6.
Here.
Not really sure what's the plan if you take.
I mean, you're threatening queen h5, but
Yeah.
but if I'm taking maybe some...
Yeah, but then there is rook takes f4 in the end, I think. That's at least what I missed.
This king goes, and queen h3, rook f4, and if queen g4,
Bishop f6.
bishop f6, and I'm hoping for the perpetual,
Yeah,
and maybe I do get the perpetual.
but that's not what Paulina is hoping in this position.
Yeah, but actually is a perpetual. That actually is a perpetual. So there is that. There is Gunina's endgame, there is Bodnaruk's endgame, and there is Ovud's endgame. It's an
The
endgame day.
infamous one.
People, yeah, it's an endgame day. And there is also Garyachkina's endgame in the other tournament. Vityugov and Pankratov reached move 40. And now it's a question if anyone... What? Hang on. That... So rook went to c6, and then Pankratov brings it back to b2.
I think he's playing for a win. I don't really know why, but it looks like that's the case.
He likes to play. So you mean it's not that easy for black, in fact, or what? King g6.
Why?
I mean,
What's the
if I just
threat?
keep the king on g6, no, I don't understand it. It's like it's unlikely that black can do anything.
You'll say, oh, but it's white to move.
Sorry, he played rook f8. Yes, so it is. It's after rook f8, it's white to move.
I guess rook f8 just to make sure there is like no rook b8.
Yeah, rook b8 is not entering, and there is no rook on 6th rank to attack.
Rook b5.
Rook b5.
It's a mysterious move.
The mysterious move, but on the other hand, what do you do with black?
Maybe you
right?
can do anything, but I really struggle to understand the idea of this move.
Rook b5?
Yeah.
It's a Zugzwang. It's called a Zugzwang.
G6.
Okay, it's not a Zugzwang. Right. What are the interesting games? Garyachkina and Rakhmanov is not necessarily. Matlakov Predke and Motilev Alekseyenko. Yeah, those are two kind of more exciting. By the way. Hang on a second. Bishop g1, bishop b6 running away. Bishop g7, d7, d6, bishop d3. So white is a pawn up and the game continues. Is he? Yeah. He's a5, rook c1, bishop b3, rook f1. This looks a bit panicky. Knight f6.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we exchange this knight, then it's all
Yeah, bishop.
All good for white, right?
Bishop on f6, and the h pawn starts
And,
moving.
just push it. And also knight e7 is a threat, so how do you stop it?
Knight d5 is the threat, knight d7 is the threat. By the way, Nikita Vidyukov, look, running back to his game that we've we've left because we think it's a draw. Yeah. So can we get those guys on camera, Motilov and Aleksandr? That's really interesting to see. As Kirill is on what, 6 minutes?
We got 12 minutes. Yeah, I think this is the game we want to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
It's still a total mess, and both players don't have much time left. 12 moves
to make. No knight f4 because rook takes, then knight d7 wins. Knight c3.
Even king a1 maybe, but I have bishop b4.
Right? So that's important. So takes, and bishop b5, and because of knight d7 threat. Not only because of knight d7 threat. Bishop c6, a4, right?
Queen c5.
Queen c5.
Just king a2, probably.
It's a little bit tricky still, right? But
and queen c4 maybe is a move too.
Look, queen c4, queen a3,
queen a2,
queen a2, and queen b4, king a1, right? So the point was, if say queen b3, then black can take, and then take on b5 and go c2.
Aleksandr is nervous visibly, and I believe his time on the clock might be even less than the time displayed on the digital board. And he's the top seed. I remember this. No, Andreikin is the top seed, right? Yeah, no. Aleksandr is number 4, I think, because then there's Vityugov and there's Isipenko as well.
Isipenko is higher than Aleksandr. Yeah. I quickly went from declaring him the top seed to actually checking if he's above 2,700. Yeah, but he is, yeah?
He is. I mean, he's 2710 or 15, something like that.
Takes on f6. Bishop f6.
But the movement of his...
Yeah, he was very nervous. Takes, and went a4. Okay, so black still tries to, I don't know, imitate the initiative. Maybe not imitate, maybe there is an, wrong game, sorry. Yeah. Initiative on the queen side, which is...
Yeah, I mean, maybe a3, bishop d4, this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Because, white stabilized, but only to a degree, let's say. It's not like you start moving the h-pawn and you win the game like that, with all the pieces on the board. So black certainly will come up with some counterplay.
That's actually a very cool cool game to follow, in this time trouble. But as a player, I would be so scared for both sides.
Yeah. Basically, you're debating black's initiative, right? If it is there or not. Like from Motilov's perspective, you're scared, right? Maybe you're winning with this h-pawn move or whatever, but you might as well just get mated. Yeah. From black's perspective, it's the same. Like you think, maybe all I'm pushing those pawns is nonsense, and No, but you're right. A3, bishop d4. B3. He plays B3 himself.
That's a weird move, to be honest.
No, but I think it could be that he means, in case of A3, he'll go
C4.
like C4, or even C3 to be most. Obviously, I'm looking for this kind of setup at the end. So pawn takes, king c2, and
but honestly,
I'm not sure if it's safe. mean, in some, it's kind of, in some Richter rousers, that's the way to deal with it. You go c4, they take, you put the king on c2, but probably a different set of minor pieces is on the board. Yeah, b3, a3. Let's see, now bishop d4 is, I mean it's serious.
You play c4 or c3, otherwise what's the point of b3, right?
Not that you have other moves. Yeah, bishop d4 is coming.
Well, is it such a big threat itself? Also, bishop d4 just moved the bishops. Well, this looks really weird, right?
Oh, wait. I do this.
Yeah, bishop d4.
Bishop d4, bishop h4. Not that I'm very happy with what I'm doing. Even bishop g2. Some silly exchange, yeah. No, probably I have to move the c-pawn here. You're right.
But maybe I should wait for you to play bishop d4. So say I play h4, bishop d4, takes, and then c4.
Takes, and then c4. And I'm not afraid of this position, right? Well, I am, but I don't have a choice. Yeah,
I'm not afraid. I don't really care. So,
yeah, that's the right approach. I mean, maybe the players are afraid, but why would they? Why would be care about it? Yeah,
but it does look kind of spooky for white. No? I'm surprised he played b3 that quickly, and now he's thinking. This is what bit strange.
c3. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he was choosing between c3 and c4, because that's the whole point here.
So black will take?
I guess so. Maybe, so queen c2 bishop, bishop to bishop a6, right? Yeah, okay, so king c2.
I think king c2.
I think this is one of the most interesting games so far of the whole tournament, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole game is a total mess, and I mean, this position you can spend half an hour trying to figure out what's going on, right? And they only have like
few minutes left each.
Yeah.
And interestingly, yeah, I mean, Aleksandr is going to take, right?
Most logical.
Yeah, he captures. I mean, it looked like he was a bit surprised with that or what?
With what?
With c3 move. Or
I mean, maybe he was considering c4. I don't know.
Yeah, that's actually a fun explanation. So c4, and then he would take immediately. But when you play c3, you think, okay, I can take, but maybe I can do, maybe I could do something better because c3 is still hanging. Yeah, so takes king c2. Now,
you know what? I kind of like white's position in a sense that we know our next 5 moves, right?
Yeah, it's easier for white to kind of to push. Yeah, not necessarily easier to understand if it's good or bad, right. But yeah, you have clear plan, clear objective. This has to be there. Yeah, the h2 pawn has to appear on h7 and then on h8. For black, it's much trickier.
Much less obvious. Yeah, what to do. I mean, like, my intention would be to open it up somehow, but how do you do that, right?
e5, white can take. Bishop to d5, okay. So bishop d5, bring the rook, the sacrifice on b3.
Okay, but I guess should be able to stop it somehow. So h4, let's go.
Yeah, h4, let's go sounds like a plan. Actually, I'll be able to stop it
Rook b1.
kind of as a brute force, yeah, putting the rook on b1. h4, let's go. Played. Move 33.
Yeah, draw in Bonner's game, as you said, there was nothing for black.
Yeah, so they just reached the time control and agreed to draw. So it's a competition. Who's going to finish first? Ladies or gentlemen? Ladies are leading by 3 finished games to 2.
But there is Olet, right? So
There is over, yes, and so no worries. No worries.
so it's all destined.
Mm-hmm.
But seriously, like, what pushes the pawn? What does black do? I mean, maybe it's objectively good for black somehow, but it's just so hard to come up with a move here.
Sacrifice on b3, go a2, queen a5, queen a3, something.
I mean, the bishop is hanging, right?
Yeah, this guy is also hanging. Yeah, it's like I feel that black might have some tactical possibilities, but maybe to organize all that, he doesn't have the time. Like let's say you play bishop d2 and then maybe leave the rook, and there might be a moment when you take on b3 and it's good, yeah, but by that time the pawn will be on h7. Could be that Motylev is just winning. King a7, okay, so bring in the rook to b8.
Okay,
King
very
a7, and lining these two.
Yeah. This is
Kind of
sketchy.
some tactical things might happen. Okay,
But once we play rook b1, f4 is hanging then. So h5, rook b8, rook b1, bishop f4, right?
yeah. So this,
And even then, maybe g5 is still good, but
This.
it's tricky.
this. X on f4, right? But this is slower, right? This is slower.
Slower, but how do you
But yeah,
stop
yeah,
that,
but-
right?
Yeah, stop talking, stop the pawn.
But maybe now e5, e4, this kind of
h5 played.
h5 play, okay, we'll move for e4. I mean, I wish they wouldn't get any increment, because with the increment it's much less exciting, right?
I'm afraid I know how this game's going to finish. Motylev's going to play this and return.
It's actually somehow in his style, I feel like. I've played him a bunch, and if he feels uncomfortable, he's always fun to draw. But hopefully, this is not the case here.
We are about to find out, because I don't think black has all that many ways to deviate
So
from
he
this.
hasn't played rook b8 yet?
No.
I mean, yeah, what else do you do, right?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we are missing something simple, but rook b8 is kind of the only
That's why
idea
you
I
play
can
rook
think of.
king
Yeah,
a7,
yeah.
bishop d5, all this stuff.
And it actually threatens a real threat, which is like checkmate in 2 moves. Yeah. So rook b8 will be played, and then
Yeah, that's one of those examples when I just have no idea what is he thinking about here. What else can be done?
rook b8
yeah.
played. Yeah. $150, 5 minutes for Motylev. Can do bishop c4 and back, and we still don't see how black holds it after that. Yeah. If only there was a way to to.
No, but maybe now, as I said, some e5, e4 stuff. I don't know.
e4 can be taken.
Rook e8.
Rook e8. e5, h6, e4. No. Now
Bishop
you
c4 is on
Bishop
the board.
c4, you'll trade, go queen f3. Yeah, bishop c4, see? Bishop c4, bishop e4 check, bishop d3, and...
But maybe he repeats once. Hopefully that's the case.
Hopefully, yeah. Maybe Aleksandr won't repeat.
I mean, does he have an alternative? I don't think that I'm actually regretting it a bit that they probably won't make it to
The time
the
control.
time control, because otherwise, Moldelev could actually spend some time and figure out if he has some chances. Here, I think it's kind of logical thing to do to take
To
a draw
repeat,
here,
yeah, because you don't have the clear picture. Yeah, you obviously calculate something. Yeah, you run into your lines like G5 and Rook B1. Yeah, takes and G5 and E5, and you realize it's messy, and you don't have time to calculate. You just go for repetition. Yep. I told you Aleksandr will be thinking.
And he may pretend all he wants, but he will repeat here. There's just no.
Yeah, objectively, Black doesn't have other move.
Yeah.
Black doesn't have another move. Queen. Yeah.
The only tricky thing he could do is to leave himself 30 seconds, which would provoke Moldelev to play for a win. Yeah.
But Moldelev is, he's not born yesterday. He had played Grishuk for a few times in his life, so you're not tricking him with, with just seconds left on the clock. Yeah, but the good sign for me, at least, the fact that Moldelev is thinking.
He will repeat, I think. Yeah, especially, he's looking at the score.
Yeah.
He actually wants this.
He wants this to finish. Yeah. He wants this to finish. It's so interesting. Can it be that, once again, I don't understand. To us, it clearly seems that it's White who is trying. And can it be that their evaluation was so far different from ours? So that both thought that, Black was better throughout the game and was pushing, and now Moldelev feels relieved, and Aleksandr is disappointed that he's not winning, even though we still think that it's Black who has to be happy with this draw. Presuming, of course, that it happens.
But apparently there's a cool move after Bishop D5, which is King to B1. How about this?
King B1. Beautiful.
Actually, not entirely. It's unfindable in a word. Not sure.
Yeah, let it be a will.
This is extremely unpleasant when you play this move and your opponent has only 1 minute on the clock. You either have to take. If you don't take, I just play Bishop C2 and there's no attack whatsoever. Right?
Bye. Yeah, and if Bishop B3, I just take, right?
Yeah.
Go here.
Yeah.
Funny enough, this bishop kind of protects B2.
Yeah, that's a great bishop.
And then you do this, and I have check on D4 just in case.
Yeah.
Go to 8, and I probably have.
No, but then Bishop E4, Queen A6. Right?
Bishop B4, Queen A6. Yeah. So Bishop D4 in fact kind of wins. Yes, if you go to B7, Rook B1. If you go here, Bishop E4, Queen A6.
Imagine he finds it. That would be really cool. This move is just amazing. Yeah.
Nah.
Not happening. Not today.
I think it's.
Aleksandr could actually claim. Yeah, I think this is the 4th time, right?
Mm-hmm. Bishop D3.
Wait.
It's move 40.
Is it?
Yeah, it's move 40, Bishop
so
D3.
So if Aleksandr
doesn't
claim,
he
has to claim.
Has to claim. He has to write down
because
Bishop D5.
if he plays Bishop D5,
Moldelev got half an hour.
And he can't claim anymore, right?
Yeah.
No, he's writing it down. Yeah, that's
Wait,
tricky.
So Rook B8. That's 2. That's 3. Actually, threefold repetition has already happened. G4 repetition has already happened. But I think they've just kind of agreed a draw without
Because this is
claim
move 40, right?
Yeah.
I mean, technically, I think Black had to play one more move, but anyways. Well, bit unfortunate ending. I mean, in terms of
excitement, entertainment,
fun,
and so on. Yeah.
But anyways, one of the
kind of most tense games of the
tense
tournament.
games
Yeah.
so far.
Ooh, what else do we have? Pankratov, Vityugov, still this rook endgame, which we don't know who's playing for what. As you said, White is certainly playing for a win. I don't know, will he win? That's another question. My bet would be that he won't.
Yeah, I think the same.
Guryachkin and Rakhmanov reached the time control, and Rakhmanov just played f6, freeing his bishop
To E8, yeah.
to e8.
But we have another repetition going on in the Matlakov's game.
Matlakov's game.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they will actually repeat, but it's been some.
Okay, changed great deal, so we won't be. I mean, we won't be able to go all the way back. Seems like Black wants to play, right?
Okay.
He doesn't. So he just claims. So maybe Rook B1 already. Yeah. So there was Rook B1 once, there was Rook B1 twice, and now he can repeat it for the third time and make it. So a lot of draws today in the men's tournament. That's
all games are fun, right?
Yeah, all games are well fought. Yeah.
Maybe except for the safest one.
So Pankratov, Vityugov, I don't know. Maybe it's a kind of a.
Yeah, but now Rook D7, Rook A8, King H6. I think they will agree on the draw as well. Rook D7, so there's no Rook D8, right?
Check.
Ooh. And even then there's Rook F4, but yeah.
There is Rook G7 as well, but then I
G7 as well.
give a check. Do I ever win this one? No. No way. No way.
Unless
right?
you over it, yeah.
No way, because Rook D7 to paralyze the Rook,
H5.
but then H5 and the King is free. Yeah. Come on, it's a draw. Pankratov, Vityugov, and Vityugov captures on H6, Rook D8.
Wait. Why would we allow this?
Because we go this or King G7 to be more precise. Perhaps we just go King D7 and just exchange everything. Rook F4 and so on. There will be 5 draws then.
Well, I'm not so sure about Guryachkin. I mean,
5 we will have. And Guryachkin's game is still going. It's only move 41. Rakhmanov, eventually he'll be in a time trouble. Around move 97, he'll be within 30 seconds. And
remember your words. Yeah.
so that's 40. White still has one irrelevant pawn push. So.
A4 pawn looks like a potential problem.
Right? Knight C5 check. Okay, King E7. Rook C1. Swap everything on the G file. Bishop D1 falls B5. How do you win still? Probably just don't win.
I mean, there are some breaks. Maybe not. Yeah.
Let's go to women's tournament. Also, everyone reached the time control. So I'm starting with Ovat's game. Actually, here.
I don't like what she did here.
Actually, here I don't like it. Yeah, as well. So I would try to push this knight away from D5. Right. So it was kind of already enough pawn weaknesses. Right. You don't need to create more. Okay, maybe you do, but.
I mean, in order to attack those weaknesses, generally you need a knight, right? You need a knight to jump to E5, C5, whatever.
Or you need to move away this knight from d5, right?
Which
Like,
is
I mean, see if you
literally
somehow
impossible right now.
Now it's impossible. Yeah.
So, yeah, taking on e6 looks like a positional mistake. I mean, it's not like white is not playing at all, but feels like it's definitely not as much as it.
Okay, pair of rooks exchanged. So black has 4 isolated pawns, but
Yeah,
so what? Yeah.
really hard.
And
to
moreover, black probably is ready to swap another pair of rooks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
not
think
obvious.
Galemo is the one who actually did not repeat the moves. I mean, it probably doesn't mean that she's playing for a win, but e5 or e4, and now that's
And now she played 97. Yeah.
But still, yeah. I mean, once one pair of rook gets exchanged, I think there's just nothing to talk about. And it's kind of surprising. I mean, in the end of the day, there are 4 weaknesses, but just really
The pieces are nicely
basically
placed. Yeah.
impossible to attack them. Yeah.
Pieces are nicely placed. So this will be a draw, but it will last for another 1.5 hours. Gunina with Pogonina. What is that?
That's your line, I think.
Gunina spending an awful lot of time. Yes, F takes. Wait a second. Queen c3, king g3, self-pinging the knight. And black played some really deep move, king h8. I don't know why.
Oh, I thought the move was king g8 actually, but she played king h8.
It was. Queen
Okay.
a2 and now king g8. So
That is some deep stuff indeed.
by that point, I don't quite understand what the what's going on. Queen d2?
Yeah, actually, we need to
I mean, if you,
totally stabilize the situation for white, right?
yeah, if you exchange, it's only white who can win.
And if you don't, I just play like unpin the knight, bring the knight to d4. Same good old plan.
Mm-hmm. So maybe once again, what you have to do is you have to play d4. I know, but now I'm taking with the queen. Sorry, it wasn't the case, right? There was queen e1, d4, and we were swapping. Yeah. So now, in fact, Gunina might be back to playing this position for a win after queen d2. And finally, game 3. Whoa, there used to be bishops against the rook. Remember? Will you be able to guess how it happened? So we've seen bishop c6, and then apparently a huge time trouble has started. So rook d6, bishop d5 is okay. g5, king goes to g8, queen h5, rook c8. So that if you take, it's queen c7.
Tricky, but
And
not
then
tricky
b4.
enough. Or
what's-
that's already some.
Tell me, white's
Desperado.
winning, right?
I think so.
Rook f. No, rook f7 is too much.
Queen e1 looks good enough.
Yeah, actually, queen e1.
Queen c5.
Queen c5, yeah. Okay, so she decided to give the bishop back. Take on b4. Okay. Rook d5, 2 pawns. Okay. I believe both sides' decisions were affected by the time trouble.
Yeah, now this is obviously winning. Like some little technique required, but I know myself that Shuvalova has what it takes to win this position.
Rook to d4. Yeah, kind of leaving the first rank, but a8 square is under control, right? So you're no longer afraid of check because king b2 and there is no rook a8.
Yeah, not much can be done here. Just 2 pawns up.
Yeah, so this is simple technique, and that means, hang on a second, that means if, or rather when, or if both Gunina and Ovod make a draw, so Shuvalova catches up before the rest day. Yeah. think we kind of covered that all, right? So as of now, it looks
Gereshkina is still pushing.
Gereshkin is still pushing and can do this for long.
That move 87, right?
On 97, I think. I actually
97.
claimed the decisive break will happen on move 97. Well, we'll see. Pankratov Vidyugov, well, hopefully this is a draw.
Hopefully.
Yeah, just keep the king here, right? Vidyugov still... no, it's not Vidyugov who's thinking, it's Rakhmanov who's thinking. Rook CC1. I thought that was his plan, kind of. Wait a second, but then I take, and A4 is hanging, so
Yeah,
you
but bishop takes.
can't move the bishop, right? And then this...
F7. Oh, sorry, bishop F7, I think.
Bishop F7, you're not afraid of that, yeah.
Trapping your rook there. You have to king F8.
Just to show. Yeah.
Henrik, hello.
So, the power of the knight on D6 in Kazbek.
Yeah, I mean, still feels like white can try something, but not clear what exactly, right? I mean, E4 is never on the agenda. And
Put it here,
what's next?
get the king to D2, and somehow, like, I don't want to exchange all the rooks, because then you'll... I don't know what happens, actually. Maybe I do want to exchange all the rooks and king to B4, something like that.
No, but if you exchange all the rooks, I'm forced to play B5 anyways, right?
And yeah, and then you play B5, and I want to go to like B4, A5, B6, whatever, and probably still agree a draw, because you'll protect the C6 pawn.
Yeah.
Not the most entertaining position, I have to say.
Not the most, but I mean, if Gereshkina shows something, this could be one of those endgame masterpieces, right?
Yeah, and Pankratov Vidyugov. Still don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, weird.
White to
Who's playing for
F6. Yeah, white to F6. What happens? Okay, for let's say for the clarity's sake, is this something that someone is playing for a win? No. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. F4. Want a draw?
I mean, this is interesting in a sense that, like, who is actually playing for a win, because this is hard for me to understand.
Could it be that it's kind of something personal between the two, and I don't know, Nikita has some...
Well, at least I'm not aware of it. Maybe, but I'm not aware of any conflict between them.
That's the only reason, like, or you are so unhappy about the game, and this could be the case a little, because it felt like at some point black was much better. Yeah, so it could be the case a little, but yeah, realistically, you're not playing for a win with black. You're not playing for a win with white either.
All right, so this is one game. Then there is Gereshkina.
And this is it, and 4 draws.
Yeah, for the open section.
In women's, Shuvalova wins.
Quickly, hopefully.
Hopefully for us, yeah. Quickly, Gunina Pogonina,
This is probably the
I don't
long
know,
one.
can be the long one. And Ovod Galyamova, after F4, probably not so long. I mean, just swap it, and then, I mean, pawns disappearing, so it will be a draw then, but the question is how fast they will not even realize, but accept the fact that it's a draw. You cannot win it, and you hardly can lose it.
Again, maybe, G takes, how does white takes?
Yeah, so the trick is like if you want to play for a win, you want to take with the rook. So
But then I think even black can start to win some stuff, like rook G5, knight D5. Probably nothing, but
yeah, maybe I just
knight F6.
Maybe I just have to play king F3 and
still knight D5. Yeah, just a draw here, not much to talk about.
So that's a draw. Shuvalova wins. Gunina's position is perhaps really the most, or the hardest to evaluate.
Yeah, so Gunina and Gereshkina.
Mm-hmm.
Two games we don't expect to finish very soon.
Yeah. And in Gereshkina's game, the evaluation is absolutely clear. She's slightly better since move 10. The other thing is will she be able to actually open up the position and win or make progress?
And I think in this case, if Gunina plays Queen D2, this is also sort of clear, right? I mean, if we get to establish the knight on D4, that's very unpleasant.
Yeah. Okay, so that means I need to do something like that. Keep the knight.
King G2.
King G2, and you do get the knight on D4.
Maybe I have to come off some G6 at some point. I don't know. Just to try to get my knight active, but
I don't understand what Pogonyina did, like this and back.
I mean, maybe she couldn't figure out what to do and decided just to get to time control, but this could be crucial, right? This loss of 2 tempi.
E4. It's passed pawn. It had to go.
Push it, yeah.
Yeah, had to go.
But, maybe Gunina just really doesn't want to exchange the queens.
Wait, look, so 16 minutes left for Gunina. There's something wrong once again. Something's wrong with our kind of display thing. Gunina doesn't want...
41?
It's move 40. It's move 40.
So it's your 41st move?
41st move.
She
and
spent at least
15 minutes and probably more
than that.
So she's fighting
with herself.
With herself, because Queen D2 means you exchange the queens.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what she doesn't want to do.
And I don't think there's anything else, right? I mean, otherwise the queen on C3 is just way too active.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wait a sec. So check, king F7. You don't even attack anything, no.
Yeah, G5 doesn't work, so...
Nothing works.
Then I'm wondering...
Generally puzzled, really. I mean, you don't have that many moves in this position.
Yeah, but jokes aside, I mean, when you have style of Valentina, like we making fun of her not, wanting to exchange the queens, but maybe that's the case. Like, she actually wanted to... She's looking for some mating motives in the position.
Okay. To be a bit more serious, maybe this is... here. Maybe Queen A... We'll have to reload, sorry. Up. Queen A7 could be an alternative, and I put it on D7, so that this is kind of in a Zugzwang. D4 I'll take. No, but look, D4 I'll take. If you take on B4, G5 kind of works, maybe. So at least I found some kind of alternative.
Kind of works, maybe, yeah.
Okay, Queen D2 played.
But now I guess one thing we can agree on is that if black takes, that position is just lost.
Takes. Do something. Knight B3.
Knight D4, F4.
Knight D4. Black is, well, not completely paralyzed, but...
More or less.
More or less. G5 is the thing. F4, F5. Yeah, F4, F5.
This is lost for sure. And the only thing, I'm thinking now that can white actually make progress? So I would say, here, if black doesn't exchange the queen, so queen b3, you want to unpin the knight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then queen c4.
Knight d4.
I completely missed that move, of course.
Yeah, it's like I'm not threatening to
you
take yet, but I'll have f3 and maybe king returns to g3.
Yeah, somehow I thought you have to bring the king back. Yeah, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe there is no way.
Maybe queen b3, king g2, queen b1.
Here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Makes more sense, but it still kind of indicates that black needs to be extremely precise here in order to.
But maybe that's the way you hold. And after queen b3, do I have anything else? Not really. King f4 technically is a g5 even.
King f4 is...
King f4 is weird anyway. Yeah. It's just I'm looking for it. Yeah, and indeed, yeah, queen b1. Nice move.
Maybe just queen d4.
Put the queen on d4, right?
As for now, yeah.
Black is playing knight down. This knight from e7.
g6 now?
G6 and you want to take, yeah. All right. I suggest we leave Pagonina thinking, because she's got half an hour. We check Galiamova exchanging more and more stuff. Rook f4, though, maybe pretending to play for a win.
Yeah.
Shuvalova has won, apparently, because she's threatening a checkmate. There's only one check, king a2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exchanging queens on d4.
The same as resigning?
Yeah. So I think Shuvalova has won. Vidyugov with Pankratov.
King f5, I think, will happen.
King f5 is okay.
And maybe king d5 is okay too, but suddenly it may get sharp.
King d5 is okay, why not? Your king is cut. I think it's just you're forced to go for perpetual, maybe. No?
Rook g8. Maybe.
Rook g8, king d7. That's like rook g5, king d6.
Okay.
Or you can go with checks and. Wait. It's nonsense what I'm talking here. Rook a8, c3. You stopped it. It's a draw still. It's still a draw.
Must be. Yeah.
It's just that once again, it's surprising. Do you really here you see king f5 is draw immediately? Why would he go king d5? Why would you think you spend time?
Why did white play rook a6 check
here?
Yeah, why not rook c7, the move you suggested, right? And then takes f4.
Right.
The game itself is sort of normal, but this is still a mystery to me. Who's playing for a win here? Because it's been a draw for the past 20 moves, a clear
Absolutely, draw. Yeah. Okay, but it will be a draw anyway. And Govyachkina is only getting started with Rakhmanov. So that's our longest game of today.
But Rakhmanov is used to this kind of stuff, so that's his advantage, I think, that he plays these kind of endgames all the time, and for both sides, the better one and the worse one. So, and I think he's physically very strong, actually. So,
so his
stamina is his advantage here.
He's quite fit. Yep. He's left with 11 minutes only. But yeah, once again, perhaps, remember we are talking if bishop f7 holds or not, but perhaps holds. Yeah, it wasn't very hard to. Rook g8 played, so
definitely don't lose immediately, but
they're actually entering this variation.
But if bishop d1, are you forced to play
I
b5?
think knight c4. Knight c4.
Knight d4. I mean, this is...
Okay, so let's say this, you were playing bishop f7, bishop d1. I don't know actually why I put the rook on the
Yeah,
g1.
me neither. What's the rook doing there?
Maybe not. We don't touch it. Yeah.
I mean, even b5 is not so clear.
b5 and knight c4.
No, but then I was trying to play bishop e2, but then still knight c4 may be
Knight
interesting.
c4. Even
No,
that
but
thing,
no,
or it's too much.
I mean, a4 is saying right all the
Oh,
time.
but I still have the rook here. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to claim that it's a fortress. You can't do anything.
But I just bring the king to somewhere b4.
Yeah,
No, this is not what you want to do. I think is black.
that's what I said. Gerashkina plays
Bishop d4, d1 is
bishop
on the
d1, and she's only getting started with
Right,
Rachmanov.
right.
So this will go on. Pankratov Vitigo hopefully will make a draw while we'll be on the break after the time control.
Right.
And yeah, Gunina Pagonina. Gunina's probably better. Ovud Galyamova, I don't know. Again, can be draw anytime soon, can last for
You
5.5
never know
or
with
6 hours.
yeah. But one thing I wanted to say about this position, so after b5, we also have bishop c2 and targeting the f5 pawn, right?
So the knight will not run too
Maybe I
far
don't know,
away.
but that's an idea, right?
No, here, if let's say if we are serious, that's kind of the most complex position that is still out of those four that are still in progress, right?
I mean, to me personally, it's still very interesting. Like, I know some people would call it boring, but I mean, if White has a plan and Gerashkina will show that plan, that's
yeah, it's actually
great.
that's interesting chess as well. I totally agree. Like, not a tactical sharpness. You do this, I do that, but kind of long-term plan and logical. Yeah, I want to get my piece here. So that provoke this weakness, then I come all the way back. And that's
like in this case, for example, she forced Rachmanov to take with his bishop. Maybe it doesn't change much, but now b5 is forced as well, and that's not what black wants to do generally, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, well, I'm not sure why she just looked at the score sheet.
Move 46.
Yeah,
so it's past move 40. You can offer a draw if you want.
No, but she's not offering a draw, never.
Right. So,
because this is a kind of a funny situation when Rachmanov is well known for being a great defender, but also Gerashkina, I think that's what she does the best, squeezing this type of small advantage, right?
Yeah, keeping the tension, like playing a long game. Yeah, exactly. I think. Oh, well, the king is already on b5. Now, I will certainly look at Vitigov's game. C4 and check and king b5.
Imagine black actually winning this game.
What's going on? Maybe he does,
And these guys are responsible for us not being able to go for a break, right?
No, I mean, you just give checks, right? Just give checks. You help him to get to C2.
I mean, it's very hard for White to make a mistake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think literally any move makes a draw here.
Yeah, you'll need to blunder, let the pawn go to C2, then you play rook C8, black goes rook C4, and you're like, up.
Yeah, but Pankratov would never blunder with 40 seconds on the clock, and he has 42 minutes.
Okay. So I think that this will be it. Let's make a quick break. We will return. I mean, fair chance that this game will finish, but the other three seem to be quite long ones. So we will have some stuff to discuss, and Gerashkina's endgame in particular does look quite interesting.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Авербах. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. Огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.
Сейчас мы это можем увидеть.
Okay, so seems that we are back. Nothing has changed. All 4 games are in progress, as you'd be surprised, Alex. Goryachkina's game goes on. That's no surprises here. Pankratov and Vityugov are still playing, and that's a little bit of a surprise. And some changes, of course, in the women's section as well, right? So, today is quite dry. I expect Pankratov and Vityugov also finish in a draw. That's been said many times. And in the women's section, the important result is Shuvalova winning.
Mm-hmm.
So, if both Gunina against Pogonina and Ovot against Galemov finish in a draw, it will be 3-way tie for the first. And it's not entirely unlikely, right? But we will start with Vityugov's game, of course, against Pavel Pankratov. And yeah,
It feels like Vityugov is on the edge already.
Yeah, like I'm losing a plot a little bit. So what was the problem with King F5? We will probably never know.
We will never know, yeah.
I'll wait a sec. And if I do this, Nah. Come on. Takes. I thought Rook G6. No, I was thinking like G4, Rook G6, something. I mean, even if I win the G pawn this way, it's still better version for you than the game. So there is no explanation whatsoever to what he did. King D5. It's not like he's lost or anything, but it seems that he was trying to play for a win in the position that, I don't know, only white can win, it seems. Rook d1.
I mean, at this point, this is clear that black is not... I mean, I can always give up to rook, and I just can't lose this as white, right? My pawn is just way too advanced here.
Okay, simple. G4, go here.
Yeah.
King G5 here. C2, King F6. Maybe not King F6.
Just F6.
Just F6. Okay, C1. Just in case, yeah? Rook takes, F7, here,
Just in time, right? Just in time.
But when it's just in time, there can be one mystical move that you miss and
Right.
King E5, King F4, yes, indeed, it's a draw by 1 tempo.
Yeah, but imagine...
And it was a very lousy line on my part, so I can imagine some subtleties.
At the same time, very straightforward.
It is straightforward on the other hand, yeah. So G4, King B3. For some reason, if I try this, can it be that I'm faster this way? But then you'll have some checks, yeah? Okay, that I take, go G5, let's say run, this you run. But F pawn is closer to the king, yeah?
Yeah.
So G7, Rook G1, this, king here, yeah, that's an easier draw.
Wait, F6, yeah.
6, but you just wait,
Rook
yeah?
G2, yeah.
Just wait.
For King E7, but it's not threatening.
King E7, you wait, yeah. So it got to be a draw still, but now Pankratov having half an hour and probably already has calculated the line when he's missing a win by just 1 tempo. Mm-hmm. Of course, he is interested in trying to find something.
Yeah. I mean, he's not risking anything here at all.
Yeah.
So if we go back to move to the previous move, actually. So after rook d1, if king f4, you check, and I go king e5. So maybe it makes some difference. This shouldering thing in some lines.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's do it in a very straightforward way. King e6 or what? Or g4 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And then, let's say player with black just does it in a dumb fashion. So f7, but this is winning. No, I just move the g pawn, or king c4, sorry, no, king b4. It's not how you're supposed to run. Yeah, but anyway, I mean, how do you stop it? There's no way you stop it, right? I mean, it's just.
Yeah, but maybe I can check king e5 and just go
g4, check king. Yeah, that's what you do. You attack it. This you take. f7. You go here. Is white just on time?
I don't know.
c2. No. Still a draw by 1 temp.
Yeah, black is just
black is just on time. Okay, we've tried everything possible. It's still a draw. Still a draw, guys. Still a draw. Wait, if I don't touch the g pawn. Ah, but now you actually go after it.
Yep.
Why I thought it was important?
To do what?
7. This. Exactly the same, right? Yeah, it's exactly the same. Sorry, just moving the pieces randomly. No, it's a draw. It's a draw. So 5 draws it's going to be, and we will be left with Goryachkin and Rakhmanov, where, you know, a lot of pieces still. Goryachkin is trying. I don't know if she will or will not be successful, but at least there is something to play for. So we were discussing, like before the break and perhaps kind of during the break as well, knight c4 perhaps will need to be played at one moment. Yeah.
Not so sure. I think he's really trying to avoid it.
So he's trying to say it's a fortress. I want to do anything. Yeah. In fact, the knight was on c4 and it's running away from the bishop. And yeah. So he's waiting with his bishop. If this played, king goes to f7, covering all the squares.
Is h5 an idea?
Yeah.
They just agreed on a draw.
They just agreed a draw. Okay. And the thing is, I guess, so that you play h5, I probably say pass, or I do this, and here I can pass, so that if you take king g7, maybe you get the rook to g6 and can't progress further. Even though with rook on g6, I would try maybe to maneuver the knight and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think white has to try to bring the king to the queen side.
Yeah, but wait a second. So here a draw was agreed, and in Ovud's game,
it's also a draw.
It's also a draw. It's just that the game finished, and it says Evgenij Ovud has won, but it's just because of the arbiter putting the king on e4 first, and then in order to fix the result of the game, you have to put the kings on central squares, and perhaps. Arbiter started with putting the king on e4, and therefore it registered as white has won.
So that basically leaves us with only one really still interesting game left.
Which is Gunina against Pogonina, right? I'm still... Couldn't it be... No, I'll need the confirmation. Could it be that... No, Galyamova, there was also a repetition. Yeah, it is a draw. It is a draw. Come on.
And actually we just saw 2 kings.
So the result will be fixed. Okay. So Gunina's game. Gunina against Pogonina, both kind of time reduced. They're getting closer and closer to a time trouble. Queen d2, and here black went for something we didn't really think of. Exchange and d4.
Really like it.
We didn't analyze it at all for some reason.
Right.
Because it's kind of... Remember, a few moves ago, we were discussing the exchange of queens on e1. And then d4 wasn't a thing, because I block it, I come with the king, I take, pawn up, win. And here we never seriously considered that black can exchange. Remember, I tried some, like d4, queen d4, something. Yeah, we never really took a look. Turns out, yeah, knight d2, d4, knight gets to d5, inevitably b4 pawn falls. King here, but at least, at least it explains why she was thinking. At least it explains why she was thinking. So you have to calculate a little bit of endgame, and also the line that I've discovered is queen a7, queen d7. Okay, does seem to be like an alternative. Okay, that knight b4, king d4 still equal material. King e4, not sure why.
To play f4, I guess?
Yeah, knight c3, king goes. So white keeps the knight on b3 for now. Wants to play what? f5? Maybe knight d4 to force black, or to try to force black to take on f5.
Right.
It's clear that it's white who is trying. I mean, no questions, no question about it.
And if I take on f5, you just take back with the pawn.
Take back with the pawn. Put the knight on. Yeah, I mean, I'm still not sure. I mean, let's say, how do you win it? Let's say black fully cooperates. Just no, this way you'll go knight d4, right? Moving the knight. Let's say moving the knight d4. Again, I did some dumb thing because now e6, knight c6. Maybe just kind of a little precision is needed. King f7. Okay.
2 minutes on the clock for Pogonyeva, by the way.
Hang on. So for now, knight d4, you can actually go knight a4 and get rid of those 2 pawns, yeah? I'd say f5, f5 to start with. 5 to start with. Exchange there. I'm actually not sure what black's planning to do. Attack the c5 pawn and claim that nothing can be done. No, I can get king here. Then knight a5. Could it be that it's just bad?
Now, what's your plan exactly if I just like move the king back and forth?
Takes and king e7, yeah? That's the moment I go knight d4 and I'm threatening to take this guy with a check. I don't know, maybe having the king elsewhere would be... Actually, if we exchange, maybe I just crawl king e7, maybe I go here...
No, f5 is on the board. Knight d5 instantly.
Yes. I mean, something like that. Something like that. And then I think it might be problematic for black.
I mean, it's definitely problematic. The question is if it's lost or not.
If it's lost or not, yeah. Knight d5. So for now, holding it. But wait, knight d4... maybe b4 will be played, so that if you take, it's b3.
Takes.
I mean, takes first, yeah, of course, takes first, g takes.
Yeah, but once you play b4, that pawn also becomes a weakness, right?
Yeah, once you play b4, so now c6 is hanging, b4 is the weakness, so I can freely start moving towards the b pawn. You'll give me a check, I go here, take on h5, I'll take one and the other, yeah.
I mean... I feel like even if it's a draw somehow,
it's a huge chance, yeah. It feels like it's a huge chance. Pankratov Vidigo. I'm just checking if everything is according to plan.
It is.
It is exactly as we thought.
Just in time for Nikita, and I'm wondering how he is feeling right now. Is he feeling relieved or is he feeling down for playing this out? I don't know.
Right. So exchange and knight went to b4.
Yeah, but this is a
knight d3.
good strong position, right?
Knight a6.
Oh, knight
Knight a6.
oh,
King,
okay.
king e3 or king e4, knight a6. Especially king e4. Then it's knight a6 and c5's hanging
Oh,
with
but
a
then
check.
knight b3 again, king d4. I mean, we were discussing.
Oh, wait a
stuff like
second.
that, right?
That. Even this, is it like an easy draw, this one? I mean, I'm so active. I mean, I'd be scared. I'd be really scared.
Yeah, same here.
E6, king d6, and then good luck like winning h5 pawn. Yeah, I'm afraid it might be just lost. Oof, finally, all draws in men's tournament, and I think they're actually laughing quite a bit.
I mean, they
game.
know it was supposed to be a draw. Like,
Yeah, they could
a long
save
time
themselves
ago,
like 20, 30
But
minutes.
the funny thing is that there was actually some intrigue in this game. Eventually,
Okay, so it's the only game left.
yeah.
Just
I mean,
the
king
only-
e4 or king e3. I need to bring the king over, anyways, right?
What else? Here you have a. Look, again, that's a dumb move, but just to show. So if this happens, can f6 be played? So I'm looking for this to call it a Zugzwang. Maybe not only a Zugzwang, but king g6 is also a thing. But maybe I'm not getting there. Knight d3 though I can take. I mean, there are there can be alternatives to king
Right,
e4.
I mean,
That's
she
my
will
point.
Never play this, I think, but
That's my point. So there might be alternatives to. But interesting, like if you go e6, king f6, it doesn't feel right. But if you
At all.
first get rid of the pawn, there might be a chance. King e4, okay. Okay.
E4. Now we are expecting knight a6, right?
This technically is possible. That,
Can I do?
that.
Wait.
Ah, no, check on c2, king c3. Because I thought this one is a Zugzwang. If the knight moves, I have knight d8 check. And king g8, okay, I mean, it's the king on g8.
No, but I was just wondering if you can do the f6 thing with king e7, f6.
Ah, king e7, f6, takes e6, same thing, you tempo down. But then the knight is free, like knight d5.
Yeah, king f5.
On knight d5 I can actually take and give check, take the knight.
That also, yeah.
Some studies.
She just played king e7.
Yeah, understandable. So now, that's the key moment. That's kind of the key moment.
Yeah, so knight e6 makes sense, and f6.
f6 takes e6 also.
It does make sense, but it's very risky.
It's hard to believe,
Or
yeah?
knight e6.
It's hard to believe, yeah. Knight e6. King f7 quickly. Right. So if king d4, you'll give me a check. Ah, no, but then I go here. I go here.
I mean, I guess I can still play knight a6, right?
Yeah, I can still play knight a6. Wait, so knight c2, and this allows you to play. Yeah, no, I want to do this and this. No, I can't get like a real Zugzwang. I will still have to, probably still have to exchange c5 for c6 and then enter with the king.
But at least this is getting not that strategical, you know. It's actually something you need to calculate now.
I actually like what Valentina is doing. Also, combined with the fact that black is getting low on time.
Really tough to defend.
Yeah, it's like there inevitably comes a moment where you have two continuations and you have to calculate. Yeah, because for the time being, what Pagonia was doing, she was making kind of only moves not to lose, sort of.
Right.
Or maybe she already missed some, some moment to activate pieces. Like I was thinking maybe if she was on time at some point to play g6, maybe that's, you never know, maybe that's what you need to do. Maybe you don't need to.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem
somehow I have a feeling this endgame piece is just by like one.
Look, like here, for instance, like here, knight d4 will attack both, so you don't have the time to go
but
g5.
But then g6 itself, I just take play f4 and then f5 at some point.
Yeah, and then the second pawn appears. Yeah, agreed. So it's getting king g8.
And you said the problem with this move is that this is the
Then
king on
it's
g8.
then it's a king on g8.
Yeah.
Then it's a king on g8. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can do this. Maybe you can do this.
I mean, it looks like you couldn't really do anything else. So
Knight d8, king f8. Knight b6, king e7, knight a5, then you can keep...
I mean, I don't think that's what we want to do.
Interesting, yeah? Might as well be that you will have to, or we will have to, return to this f6, black takes, and e6 idea.
What about f6 right now?
Takes,
No, probably
takes,
not.
king f7, this, right? And at first I thought check and end of the line, but maybe king f5, yeah?
Yeah. The problem here is that this pawn may start running, right? b4?
Before, that's the key line, yeah. Before check,
King f8, let's say.
king f8. Yeah, if I go to g6, you have a check yourself, right? If knight c6, the pawn is already too close.
In fact, unstoppable. I mean, f6 doesn't feel right, to be honest.
What if we move the knight somewhere so that we can play e6?
Okay.
Say this. Yeah. I don't like it on g6. I mean, I don't know where the knight has to be. Like g4? No. Knight c7, okay.
Wow.
Knight c7 actually covering both
Makes sense.
squares. So king c3.
He's just winning.
Forcing it to a2. Huh. Wait, so we do that. King c3. Knight a2. But how is it winning? You still cannot trap the knight, yeah? King b3, force it to c1, but then after that there is still a check, the silly check. Ah, no, wait.
That knight on b4 is so tricky. Yeah, maybe you actually don't achieve much by doing this.
Oh, wait. I go here and... Ah, king b3, knight d3 again, attack 2. The knight is one tricky piece. It jumps a lot. It jumps a lot. Can we have this knight somewhere else? Asking for a...
I have to say I don't see a
time.
clear winning idea for white.
There was, remember when I when I said like we'll take on c6 and give away the c5 pawn. Yeah, but black is not going for this, right? Black is not going for this. Maybe there is no. King c3, yeah, that's what she's trying. Like king c3, black of course goes to a2. Maybe what you do is some sort of triangulation. For whatever reason. For whatever reason. But this time even c6 is not hanging, so you can give a check, you can go king e7, yeah. But yeah, what makes you play king c3 and that thing? Like you wait for your opponent to go knight d5 or what? Or knight a6, blunder a knight.
I mean, there are not so many ideas for it. Like you either want to play king c3 or go back to e6.
No, probably you accept that the knight is not doing much, and you return it. Try to put it elsewhere. Okay. Draw.
I mean, I must say for the tournament intrigue, draw would
be better. Yeah, like three-way tie for the first, before the second half. Yeah, for the open or men tournament, it's all the same, right? All draws.
Nothing's changed after this.
So yes, so that's Vitigo on +2. Then who's on +1? Aleksandr, Matlakov, and Andreikin.
Fedoseev.
Oh, Fedoseev, sorry. Yeah, Andreikin's back to 50% after a loss, yeah. King c3, knight a2. King d2 immediately after knight a2.
Some deep stuff. I struggle to explain it, to be honest.
King d2, I can explain it. If king e7, we play knight a6, and we trap the knight.
And if knight b4?
If knight b4, we are about to find out. Because that's what was played. Because, I mean, if you go king c2, it's too obvious what you want to do. But king d2 actually has kind of the same threat, but is sneakier.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I didn't even see knight a6, but it's just hard to suggest any other move besides knight b4. So.
Actually, you're threatening knight d5 as well. I mean, if black jumps, I was like, I mean, imagine this position, white to move knight b6, sorry, knight a6 wins. Knight b5? Does knight b5 win?
I guess so.
I mean, I don't know how to make it, white to move. Knight b5, c6, right? The knight is not on time, and then f6. Even with king e8, it's f6, yeah, it just takes. But yeah, but that's me fantasizing about positions that will never happen on the board.
Yeah, and Valentina's catching up on time. So if she doesn't find a plan right now, I mean, it will be much harder to find it with a minute on the clock, right?
Knight to d4. What happens then?
The knight was on d4 already, right?
Then the king stands still, right? Knight to d4, then king c3, check, king b... Maybe that's what she wants. Can you do it? Like knight e6?
King g8, I guess.
Knight d4, king f7. But now knight c3, there's also a check, yeah?
Yeah.
There's also a check. b3, some knight e7. I'm giving up.
Knight e7
I'm giving up. King. Yeah, with knight on e7. Yeah, maybe that's the way then. Because with white knight on d4, black knight on e7, I can try to get there. At least, yeah, this is kind of a position where you cannot, shuffle around for ages, which was the case with Goryachkina's position. I'm actually grateful that, Goryachkina agreed a draw, even though there were perhaps ways to try. And here, at least, we are about to see some action. Yeah, knight e6. Okay, what happens if knight a6 played? But then this
King c3.
King c3, and this does look like a real Zugzwang? Question mark.
Maybe still not.
Maybe still not, because again, King d4 and knight b4, and we had this position, right?
Yeah, and I mean, King g8 or knight a6 has to be just no other move at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
You move the knight, then knight d8 wins. If you move the king anywhere else, you lose g7. So, yeah, either knight a6 or king g8. King g8, all right.
Mm-hmm. King g8. Oh wait, maybe now knight d8. You do this. Wait.
Then the pawn game is a draw. Oh, but that's not a pawn game.
Knight d8. Once again. This. Here.
Yeah, but knight d8, maybe I go knight a6. And I claim that, alright.
My king is far away. Yeah. My king is far away. I agree. Yes, it takes. King goes. Still, I mean, it's probably a draw.
Knight
okay.
e4, knight g3.
Probably a draw, but somehow, especially when Gunina is playing, she's able to keep tension. I mean, even this dead drawish endgame against Giria. Remember when they were playing around 80 moves, and still it felt tense, even though the position was absolutely there was no sense moving.
Senseless, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, this position is
there's a lot of stuff in it. Clearly, like especially imagine you're playing during the game you're playing, you feel like the win is that close, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the win must be close, and you'd be kicking yourself if you've missed some regroupment and.
But knight f4 is an interesting idea.
Yeah, knight f4 is nice. So you're covering some squares. You might be back one day to this. With king on e4.
But if I do knight a6 now, do you bring the knight to d3?
Knight a6, I probably do. Knight d3. And then you keep... no. I mean, if you keep shuffling, then after knight b4 you resign.
Yeah, but I'm not shuffling this way. I just go king f7, king e7, and
king d3, king f7.
You bring the king to d4, and like, what's next? If you move the knight, then I go back knight b4, right?
I don't know.
Looks like, everything is in white's favor here, but maybe just not enough to win the game.
Knight a6, right? e6. King f... Yeah, you can actually take knight e4. e7, king f7. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm getting a bit tired. Mm-hmm. 16 moves.
Valentina fine. Oh, but it's Natalia who's thinking, right?
Yeah.
We suggest knight a6, right?
Knight a6.
What's wrong with king f7?
King
It's more or less the same thing.
Nothing. New score sheet time. Move 60. wondering, was there a day that the last to finish wasn't Ovod or Gunina? There is no guarantee. Knight a6, okay, knight d3. Was easy to predict.
King f7, I still don't really see a plan. Alright, he brought the knight to d3, and why is it such a great achievement for white?
And I wonder what else is she looking at.
Yeah, you can move the knight. I mean, king f8, king f7, but what's the difference, right?
Knight b8.
He's
Brilliant.
not playing knight b8 in this position.
King c3. Okay. Pawn endgame is
But
a draw.
you know the
I
thing
mean,
is,
you don't even
the thing
get
is, you know, there are some players who would say, "Alright, I don't see a plan. Let's just take a draw." But Valentina is not one of them. She will exhaust everyone here.
it. You know what? If only I could get the knight to g4 somehow, then I might have this f6 thing.
Now it takes.
Take with the knight, and then go back to g4, attack h6. Imagine, okay, now I put the king here. You wait.
Say knight f2. You're
Knight f2, and then you promise that you wait again. I mean, you won't wait. You'll play knight b4, right? I mean, I'm just looking for ideas, right? So this, let's say, go here, and still.
Yeah, looks like a
And
fortress.
still.
A
6.
surprising one, but a fortress.
That is the worst fortress. I mean, even like Vidigov's game against Pankratov, so move 17 moves, but eventually everything is getting eliminated. And fortress with increment, fortress combined with increment is
Combined with Gunina, not gonna be easy.
yeah, and those girls, I mean, they're principled. So let's say a fortress with pawn on g7 and rook on f6, h6 against the queen, it would last for 50 moves for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, but also, I want to say something, I forgot. I was going to say something really smart, but...
Okay, king d4, king f7.
Oh, I was going to say that the problem for white is black's moves are actually very simple, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even though there is very little time for Pagonina, she is not the one who needs to think here, right?
Okay, I'm jumping here.
Knight b4.
Knight b4. I go here.
King e7.
Go I don't know, here. Again, I'm
Knight d5, let's say.
not sure what I'm trying to achieve because, yeah, I've achieved
Knight
the
f6.
maximum I can, and then knight f6, we exchange, and we just, you know...
That's a somewhat beautiful
Yeah.
draw.
So I go to b6, and you push. I take, you go b3, and...
e6.
e6
Alright.
here with the knight on d3.
That's
Okay, so where the knight's
Interesting.
going? To g6, you know. Maybe... no, wait a second. King f6, right? King e7 is bad, I presume, because you go here,
yeah,
and then the
losing
knight is
yeah.
terrible. Yeah, the knight's terrible. But
Well,
king f6,
I mean, b4 maybe is a move.
b4, but then I go back.
But then king f6.
King
yeah.
f6, yeah.
So now you don't have that stable construction on the king side anymore. But king f6 is of course much more natural.
King f6 much more natural.
No knight but knight e5 I can take, right?
Knight e5, you can take c... No, you cannot take c5.
Why not?
I take and the pawn promotes.
Knight c7?
I mean, take on f5, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, take on
I
f5.
didn't even see that c5 was hanging.
e7, knight c7, knight c6. and
g5? Like who's...
Or g5. Since you're asking, Alex, who is... that's exactly what I thought. Till what point can you push with white so that you're not risky?
Like e6 is already somewhat risky.
It's nice, yeah, but knight c7 combined with king f5, and all of a sudden we are talking three results.
Like king e4, b4 now, let's say, already looks interesting.
It could be.
How do you play e6 and then you start thinking? Like this is
you miss king f6.
Okay.
You miss king f6.
King e4. No, b4.
Here we said b4
At the very
might
least,
be.
I think maybe there's something else, but this looks
b4 might be the move. And what do I do? Go back to d4, right?
Yeah, and then say
then you
b3 first.
Or maybe you go b3 first.
Yeah, because if you take a cup, knight b4 probably, so b3 first.
b3 first.
Deflect your king.
King c3.
Yeah, I take knight c7. I mean, I'm not worse
knight
here.
c7 takes.
King e6.
I mean, you're not worse because you're a pawn up. I mean, after all.
And maybe knight b4, you like save it somehow, but it's white who's saving
you
it.
know,
now.
yeah. I mean, not to mention that maybe g6 just works. Then you're getting the rook pawn.
Yeah.
No, black's certainly out of risk. Yeah. Like certainly out of risk, and b4 played.
All right. I mean, it's getting interesting at least.
Yeah, it does.
It's taking an absolutely unexpected direction because, I mean, honestly, I couldn't even think of black being better here. But now, why not?
Yeah, maybe black's not better, but maybe it's just. I mean,
but at least it looks like it's black who's pushing here. Or at least, it's trickier for white to play, let's put it this way.
Yeah, it's like, the way I see it, I don't care what objective valuation is by that point. It's just that 10 moves ago, black could not win. There was no way, 2 moves ago, it was not possible to win. But after e6 and allowing king on f6, anything can happen. So you've created yourself a possibility to lose this game, to blunder or whatever.
Absolutely. I mean, she has to calm herself down and just go after the b pawn now. I don't see anything else.
There isn't anything else. Yeah, you take. Wait, do you take? What happens if you do this? And this and knight e7. Can it be that you win 2?
Maybe. All right, so king d4,
king d4
is
played.
on the board.
King d4, b3, right? It's not like white can do much.
What can... Yeah. I mean, I actually really like your plan. Yeah,
let's see. Maybe white has to react in a clever way. Like, yeah, knight b4 probably is strong. But you can still take it now because it would still involve you playing knight c7.
Not like I'm
so
losing anything as black.
Yeah. So knight c7 perhaps is a good practical move anyway. And let's pretend white missed everything, took on b3, and we played knight d5. Knight b4, knight e7.
I mean, it's not like...
but black's probably winning. Because this falls, and very likely this falls.
Yeah, in fact, maybe I don't even have to...
e6, maybe you don't need it. It's blocked.
Maybe I was going to say I don't even need f5. I just go after h5.
You go after that, yeah? You go after h5. Yeah, so if the knight lands on e7, black's probably winning, I want to say.
I mean, knight c7 is definitely the way to go. It's a great...
Yeah, f5.
It's a great trap. It's not that obvious, right? That it feels like, there's no big difference.
Yeah, so
But
she
after
plays
this
knight c7 first,
Yeah.
so that I'll take, she'll take.
Easy to miss, yeah.
She takes, okay.
You know, one thing I noticed that the girls play somewhat more straightforwardly.
Mm-hmm.
Like if something is hanging, they not trying to come up with something smart, they just take it. I mean, sometimes it's a good thing, but not in this case, I guess.
Okay, king takes b3. No. Gunina plays knight b4. So probably she would identify that she needs to play knight b4 anyway.
I mean, I guess so, but still not.
Okay. So,
so if
I'm
G6
running
now.
here. No, maybe I'm running
or you want to
here.
go off to...
But why do I need to, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Wait, what if g5 here?
G5 or G6 is more or less the same. Right?
It's more or less the same, yeah. Yes, takes here, right? Wait a second. Ah, yeah. 6, h5. No, I mean, king will be on time, yeah? The king will be on time. Yeah, I think it's better if we just take care of the pawns. This... Oh, wait.
No, but maybe we want to take care of the H pawn and get too connected, guys. Knight d4, knight e6, right?
Yeah, knight d4.
It's actually tricky. So king g6, knight e6, knight e8, c6. But black is in time, right?
Black's always in time, it seems. Yeah, c7, just take, and it's still white who needs to make sure that she stops.
It was king e6. Maybe
you need this.
Maybe
this.
I mean, this is the safest approach for black for sure. Like this way, you don't even need to calculate.
And also not like completely without a chance, right? So maybe now what you do, you run towards the H pawn, and you are planning to sacrifice the knight for the C pawn. So the game is still going on. I mean, it's incredible. And imagine, no, it's beyond. I mean, it's not possible. I thought somehow this promotes, and then still black has the pawn, and we play with queens and knights and everything.
Well, hopefully this won't happen.
How many? I'm trying to recall. I mean, how many sets of queens? I mean, there've been record games for sure. Just thought I had once a game with like 3 sets of queens promoted. So they were the initial. Two sets of queens promoted. So they were the initial ones which got traded. We were playing the end game, and then it becomes a queen's end game, and then the queens getting exchanged.
4 times at least, I think.
Yeah. And in the studies, of course, you can make it, some record amount. All right.
Probably white needs to play take on b4, play king c4, knight d5. It should be easy draw.
Thanks. Now Pogorina is thinking. You can guarantee a draw by giving a check, taking this, and you play a g6 next move. Maybe that's what she's thinking about. No, she's just likes the thing. King e7, king takes b3. So now.
Now king f6 is the only reasonable try, right?
And knight e6 is the way to lose.
Another.
I don't know if that remark was needed here, but
I mean, knight b5 is also losing, I guess. Yeah.
But that's too straightforward. Yeah, it's a subtle way to lose.
You play king f6 and then you calculate, right? This could be the safest.
Funny enough, yeah, because
king d5 is. I mean,
king
we
d5
need to start calculating. I don't know.
No, Okay, king f6, king c4. So we are going
G6.
towards
Alright,
this
G6
route.
is saying, alright, draw. Not playing for a win here.
And g6 takes, and you probably go h5 first. Just to, just to make sure that you'd be...
But even the king is in time to stop the pawn, right?
No. I mean, if this, then you can go h4, c6, h3, 7, h2, c8, h1. I thought it's a draw, no?
But I
It's
mean,
like
what
G6.
are we looking? We're looking for a draw as black, or I'm
No,
confused.
I'm confused as well. Yeah, sorry. So we are looking for a win with black and with white.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for clearing this one out.
Not happening, unfortunately.
Thanks for clearing this one out. We're just looking for a win. Doesn't matter what color we are playing. So out of all those games that happened today, it seems that the only win, two wins, yeah? Kashlinska won with black against Guseва. It was a weird game, to be honest. I mean, we just left it when we said black was better.
Yeah.
And
It was very
even
one-sided,
slightly better at that point. And then in 10 moves it was all over.
Yeah, like a typical King's Indian attack. And I recall Kashinsky beat
Galyamova last year,
last year,
in some beautiful game, like sacrificing a queen. Yeah.
So I'm surprised she doesn't play
The King's Indian, yeah. Let's promote the King's
I mean,
Indian.
if it works so well for her.
Let's make everybody play the King's Indian. Okay.
So isn't she about to lose on time? No.
No, takes on g6. King takes g6, okay. But why exactly are you playing this, ladies? Beg your pardon for asking the same question all the time, but really.
But I'm still amazed by how focused they are. Right? Like, still seeking for some chances, really working hard. So that's impressive.
Yeah, but look at Gunina. I mean, she's on 10 seconds. It's time to move. I mean, what do you do?
Oops. 5, 4. Okay, that'd be
Like,
fine.
oof. I get nervous.
Yeah, the funny thing is that unless you play knight e6 or knight f5, there is no other losing move in the position, right?
Yeah, it's very hard.
So the only risk is to actually lose on time.
Regrettably, black cannot exchange. Now, how much time Pogonina has? A minute.
I mean,
So
a bit less than a minute.
So we wait for 55 seconds to be spent here in this. H5 loses. I mean, I'll try to. Moving the king loses.
King d5 loses.
Knight d5 loses. I
Everything else is
presume
okay.
other three is okay. Knight a6, okay. Now c6 quickly. I mean, come on.
Why quickly? I mean, we are not in a
Because
rush.
we are saving the pawn. No, we are saving the pawn. It's an obvious move. If you don't move the pawn, black will take it. 5. Now what? Now white is getting reminded that that black actually has a passed pawn of his own. Just checking. On time, yeah? H3, knight f4. Yes. This is known to be holding. If you control
Especially
the
with
square,
king on c4.
it's not important. If you control the square, there's always some trick, and you hold the h2. King on c4, you are safe. But again, what's going on? What is going on?
And some game.
Such a tense endgame that I'm about to fall asleep, to be honest.
Agreed. You mentioned them green on a draw an hour ago, as well as Kratov. We would have a shorter day in the office.
No, but wait. An hour ago, I don't know if that was an hour ago. There wasn't a moment.
Right,
no,
right.
really.
Maybe
I mean,
half an hour ago.
Here, there wasn't a moment where you would agree a draw, because White was... It's not that long ago that Gudina played e6, and before that we were looking for the way for White to win.
Okay, fair
Let's
enough.
see, e6. I still feel like she didn't use all the chances. Maybe... Oh, okay, knight c7. It's good.
Why? I mean, why not h4? What's wrong with h4?
I mean, it's good. You're blocking,
But it's
blocking
funny,
the pawn.
It's funny that
no?
clearly it's White who's playing for a win here.
Knight d5. And if you exchange and you think you're smart, you exchange, you go h4. It turns out, so not only White is faster to promote, but also his king is in the square. So that makes sure that, you know, Black cannot exchange the knights. But what's then?
Why did you have to spend time on bringing the knight to e8? That's a curious thing. Although with knight on a6, maybe so h4, knight d5, h3, king b5, h2. No,
Nah, the game has finished. It's a draw. It will be tense, but they're very experienced, and nobody's going to lose in time. Nobody's going to blunder a knight. Nobody's going to let her opponent to queen the pawn.
I think if we look carefully at the Gunina's games, we will find a lot of examples of something unexpected happening.
Go knight f4, take the pawn. You cannot lose, but you still can win. You have a pawn.
It makes sense, actually.
Yeah, why
Very
not?
smart.
The more we look at it, like, be on the safe side. Take the pawn on h5. Honestly, never understood it and never will. Okay, on the bright side, we did have quite a few interesting games today. Somewhat disappointing. Motilov with Pankratov. Motilov couldn't find... with Aleksandr, of course. Motilov with Aleksandr. I think he was much better, yeah? Knight h5 and a draw was agreed. Hooray!
Yeah.
Hooray!
Weird decision by Gunina, as you said. She
That's
can't lose, but she can still
basically
win.
a free roll. Yeah,
Yeah.
You can try to attack the knight, and maybe something happens. Okay. No, but seriously, men's tournament, all draws, but it doesn't really reflect what was happening. We've missed a fair bit of Matlakov's game against Predke.
Right.
Well, perhaps you were right after all, and Black had always had like enough compensation. And of course, this one is a little bit disappointing. Motilov with Aleksandr, not the game itself, but the fact that it wasn't played out till the end. Yeah,
Yeah, with king b1 possibly being a good move.
yeah,
That's not what you even think about, right?
That's what he told me. Yeah,
Right.
like play king b1. But all right. Other than that, everything looks fair square. And we've only got 2 results, as I've already mentioned. Shuvalova winning and joining the leaders in the women's section, and as well Kashlinskaya improving her result, and I think she might be in +1. I'm confused.
But I mean, that's not more than that, yeah, for sure.
All right, so... All right, so I think we are waiting for the cross tables or what? Just to pairs for today. Oh, surprising! All draws, so it doesn't change the standing all that much.
Doesn't change at all, yeah.
Vidyagov +2, Fedoseev, Matlakov,
Aleksandr.
Aleksandr +1.
4 players from St. Petersburg, by the way.
4 players from St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
In plus. All the rest, 50% or less. Andrei Yesipenko, one and only on all draws, right?
I think so.
Yep. Okay, women's tournament. Shuvalova wins, Kashlinskaya wins.
And Shuvalova joins the leaders.
So
Ovod and...
yeah, Ovod and
Gunina,
who else? And
right.
Gunina, of course, yeah. So here, joined first to third, Shuvalova, Ovod, Gunina.
And a point behind Galemova and Kashlinskaya. So Kashlinskaya, yes, actually she's catching up. And there are still 5 more games to go, and 1 point is not something that you can't can get back.
All right, and that will be it for today. One more thing. There won't be a broadcast tomorrow, because tomorrow, round 7 is not happening tomorrow. Thanks for showing us the pairings, but it's the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is a free day for the players, for the commentators, at least in the sense that we won't be commentating chess. We'll be giving some simul, right? I completely missed...
men's pairings.
Men's pairing, completely missed men's pairing.
Funny thing is that I was looking at them, but I wasn't actually looking at them.
Yeah, Valentina Gunina has black against Daria Voigt. Kashlinskaya facing over. That's something. Yeah,
That's a
not kind of a leading group, but still.
Yeah, as well as Pagonina Shuvalova also looks very important.
Yeah. Gunina won quite a few games with black, so she might beat Daria Voigt with black. Alekseyenko is Matlakov. Vityugov with Motilev. And Fedoseev black against Predke. Speaking of the leaders, Chigayev will play with Goryachkina. Rakhmanov faces Dmitry Andreikin. And Yesipenko maybe eventually will start scoring. I mean, it's not like rooting.
If he wants to, this is
it's like rooting against Pankratov or anything. But maybe that's a chance for Andrei Yesipenko. All right, and I think that's it. I don't know if you've heard us, but once again, we will be back after tomorrow. Tomorrow is the free day for the players, for the commentators. So see you Saturday, right? Will it be
Saturday?
Saturday, yeah. Same time, it's 3 p.m. local time here in Ufa, but adjust to your time zone accordingly. See you then.
Меня зовут Юрий Львович Аверба. Мне 97,5 лет. По профессии я гроссмейстер, старейший гроссмейстер мира. Когда мне было 12 лет, я прочел всего Шекспира. И это мне доставило большое удовольствие. Я считал, что английский язык – это язык будущего. И не ошибся. огромную роль шахматы приносят детям, которые начинают изучать иностранный язык. В результате они овладевают языком и одновременно овладевают шахматами. Если ты хочешь оставить след в жизни, ты должен создать что-то. Надеюсь дожить до 100 лет и издать еще 2 книги.
Там, где Европа встречается с Азией. Башкортостан – крупнейший современный центр нефтегазодобычи и нефтехимии. Территория мощной энергетики, большого металла и передовой фармацевтики. Мы поднимаем в небо лучшие в мире самолеты и вертолеты. Столица Башкортостана – город Уфа. Мы стремимся к победам и побеждаем. Башкортостан. Республика на все 100.
Aeroflot, Russian Airlines.